Wee! Hi, Takti. Move over here. There we go. We're here. Good morning. Or good time zone. If it's not the morning for you, it's morning for me. And it's rainy, so I'm sleepy. Oh no. I was like, oh, it'll be fine. Everything's fine. I wake up tired. It's raining outside. I'm like, oh no. The elements are against me today. Let me pin this message. That way we have that there. There we go. Manually unpin after stream. There we go. So if you want to support the game's Kickstarter, it started yesterday, I believe. So yes. But today we got the first game that I'm gonna be playing for the Fall in Love Festival. Woo! It is Spell Candle. Hi Lanji, hi. Welcome. I know it's different from our usuals, but Fall in Love Festival starts today and it's until October 1st. So I'll be playing a decent amount of vision novels for the rest of this week and then part of next week too. So that'll be interesting. There's also some games that I'm not able to play during the festival because I don't have enough time. But some of them will be able to play another time, so that's always good. Cause there's so many good games. Oh my gosh, there's so many of them. And I was like, I can't play them all. No, not enough time. Let me go to this thing right here. Where is my thing for this? Right. I don't have it open. I am ready. I normally don't stream on Wednesday, so this is a thing for me. And I'm like, I have everything. JK, no, I don't. I was just sitting here vibing to music and I was like, la 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 la. Let me see if this is the right one. No, it's not that one. There we go. Oh, I think I already have this in my file somewhere. I do have it. Yee. Cool. Cause I was trying to make sure I said all the information. Cause like I have the press release stuff open. Yes, totally. Okay, so Spell Candle is brought to us by Bottled Monster Inc. And I have like the links in the description of the YouTube video. On Twitch, I don't, but I have the Kickstarter pinned. I wish I had like a section where I could just like put links in, like I do YouTube on Twitch, because that would be so helpful when I do these kind of streams. That would make my life so much easier. But it be what it be. That's an interesting way to come across my channel. I was like, hopefully whatever I say does not stay with that child. Because I am in no way say so whatsoever, so oops. That reminds me, like, when I went to visit my nephew, who's like, what is he, like 2 now? I like had to make sure that I didn't say anything. My brother was like, "You're quieter than usual," and I'm like, I'm trying not to corrupt your child. And he's like, ah. I'm like, you know. He's like, yeah, 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 yeah. He's like, I understand. He's like, it's okay when the kid goes to sleep. Then, because he cusses a lot too. So he was just like, the kid goes to sleep though. But I am good. I'm good. We're covering a visual novel for the Fall in Love Festival that runs from today until October 1st. So a lot of those this week and next week. I try to fit as many as I could within the days that I could stream, because I don't stream weekends either. If I did, then I could add 2 extra games, but nah, nah. And then next Monday, I'll probably play Nikkei because the Resident Evil event is open and everything, but yeah. Let's see. But yeah, basically for Spell Candle, the game is basically designed to raise awareness about like mental health and how people go through grief, which is why I said grief on hold. Because yes, if I remember correctly, the main character is going through some grief of losing someone, but then something happens and we have to solve a mystery, and then there's some romance involved because I mean, Fall in Love Festival, you know. So I was like, this will be a thing. It's like, oh wait, hold on. We gotta stop grieving for we gotta stop grieving for a little bit. And solve that mystery. It's a very interesting concept, I feel. I was reading through the summary and synopsis of that I got, and then also on Steam, and I was like, this is gonna be a thing for me. But yeah, it's gonna be a bunch of that kind of things. Also, where is the trigger warning stuff? Because I always make sure I read these just in case. Let's see. This game contains mature themes, including discussion of trauma, of course, because grief, references to sexual content, depictions of alcohol use, strong language, violent dialogue, mention of murder, indirect torture, and discussions of political themes. Oh, that's great. Not the political themes. Things are in the world right now not great, but it is through the game. Don't worry. Additionally, some male characters are depicted shirtless. Fantastic. We love to hear it. We love to hear it. Player discretion is advised. Those are all the trigger warnings. But yeah, if you're watching it through YouTube, and if you're on Twitch and you want to go and see the extra stuff, I put all the link stuff in the YouTube description. It has Bottle Ink's TikTok and the Steam to the game if you want to play the demo too. And then also the Kickstarter is there too. And on Twitch I have it pinned, so you can just go bloop and there you go. As my watch is telling me to drink water. Okay. Don't forget to hydrate, everyone. Let's pause this song and boop, boo-doo-doo. I guess technically I could have left it on, but no, well. Let me see if I can get a display capture going. Remember if it's, yeah, it's this one. Okay. Just making sure I got the thing. Wow, I'm ginormous. But yeah, this is the Kickstarter. Looks like we have 6,000 already. Hey, yo. Let's go. 6,000 out of the 25,000 goal. Got 105 backers so far. 29 days more to go. So you got lots of time if you want to back the game. Hi Isla, hi. Welcome. Hopefully you're doing okie dokie. But yes, it says Book Kindle, a psychological romance mystery visual novel. There's gonna be a time. And I would assume these are let me move myself. I am ginormous. Hold on. Let me wait, look here. Let me just move myself on the side. Even though I'm still big, I have to move myself over here. It seems like these are gonna be the romanceable characters because there's 4. This is right here. I saw a hot man, so I came. That's fair. Very, very fair. Also, let me copy paste this. If you want to play the game too, you can. That is the link to the demo that's out right now that we're gonna be playing it today. Yeah, I love visual novels so much. I love visual novels and like specifically Ultimate games. So if I can have both in one, I'm like yes. Yes. But I love visual novels. They're really fun. It's like reading an animated book. So fantastic. But yes, let's see what this says. War has taken away a loved one, but your country has sent you on a diplomatic mission, not giving you a chance to grieve. Yep. That's why grief on hold. When the task at hand suddenly becomes survival, you have to spend every free moment figuring out the villain hiding among the powerful political figures around you. Which one of them will you choose to trust? Bum bum bum. Also, who will you romance? And this is also Bottled Monster Inc.'s first game, or at least first visual novel. Oh, oh, first Babu. Aw, that's like, well, I was gonna say it's their baby, but I'm like, that's what I just said. But yeah, they say that there'll be some minor imperfections here and there within the demo itself. I mean, it's a demo. That's perfectly fine. And it has all these little things. You can join their Discord and more on the story. Like, let's see. 7 days to go through 7 rituals hiding the loss of a close one. 7 days? That's a long time. Then again, 7 stages of grief. Wait, or 8 griefs? 8 stages. I forget. But when even the opening ceremony of this morning ritual goes wrong and an ancient enemy, oh no, escapes confinement, the sacred week turns into a hunt. Prove your innocence. Oh no, I gotta prove my innocence too. Oh no, look here. No. I'm bad at these. It's gonna be a time. So we got, I'm not gonna go too much into them because I want to experience it in the game, but I'll just go so we'll see like what their names are at least and kind of get a feel of what characters there are. So we got Aqua, and we got Terra, Morris Mortis, General Latimore. Oh, I'm gonna butcher all these names. Oh no. But yeah, I'm not gonna go too much into it because I don't want to spoil the game for myself. So let's take this off, remove that, bloop, put myself back over here, and we'll go over to the game. Oh wait, I don't even have the game. I'm okay. I know what I'm doing. Okay, the game, I don't know if the game sound will be too loud yet. We will see when I actually get in the game because it's a title, so the title's usually pretty loud. Let's start the game. Very nice little overlay here. Hopefully I'm not going to be in the way. Let me try. Let me move chat over a little bit. And move me in the corner so I'm not anywhere near the, well, I'm in it, but not in it. If that makes sense. Okay. How far are you willing to go to contain war in a glass dome? How many parents would you be willing to sacrifice? How many brothers would you kill? Would you grow numb to the pain? Become a zealous leader, willing to sacrifice anything for the greater good? I'm still ginormous. I'll be in the corner like this. Seems like it didn't go past this. There we go. I'm doing good. How are you doing? I'm doing good. We be chillin', enjoying this visual novel today. I do be sleepy though. I don't know why. Wednesdays are usually really sleepy for me. I said I won't be here nonstop because I'm still working. No problem. That's okay. Thanks for dropping by though, Ayla. Hopefully work is okay. Man, I do not miss working nonstop. Hopefully your boss will give you a break. Or you know, you just go to the bathroom like, oh no, I'm going to the bathroom. Cough, cough. I used to do that too. When I worked at an office, I would literally just take bathroom breaks to respond to my friends while they're streaming. Man, I'm a bad influence. No, hopefully the rest of the day goes well though, Isla. Turn a blind eye to the orphans on the streets. Ignore those disabled begging for coin. Steal, bribe, and extort for a chance at peace. How many decisions would leave you lying awake at night, counting the souls you sent to the slaughter? Can living in war for millennia truly be considered life? Man, it's making me think this morning. Sheesh. You too, I will come back. Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna turn the sound effects are a give or take for me. Sometimes they're like too loud and then sometimes they're too quiet. So it's actually not bad. I don't have to change it too much from what I would think. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. Since it's September, we're also doing a sub goal. I was about to say a subathon. I was like, wait, no, I'm not. But there's a sub goal as well. Cause I thought, why not? I never do anything for subathons, not subathon, Septembers. So I was like, after like how long? After 5 years, I suddenly do one. Oh yeah, and there's a link for all the games that we're playing. I try to put that in timed things for the bots. So those are the ones we're playing this week. Spell Candle, Ocean Getaway, and Taisho Romance Theater. And I don't know why that got stuck together. Hold on, wait a minute. Those are stuck together. Why? Why you like this, bot? Oh, they're all gonna just be set together anyway. Like that. For whatever reason. Maybe that's because there's too many of them. Oh, what if I just separate them like this? I know this would be better. And hopefully it won't be all stuck together. Oops. There we go. Ha. Hopefully it's okay now. We'll see when it pops up again. Okay, back to game. A loud whistle breaks the silence, rendering the carriage to a sudden stop. The top of my quill shatters as it smashes into the paper before I can put down my next thought on the page. Identity control. The shout comes from the outside. Then I put my notepad down, scoffing at the ruined nib. That was the third one today, and I'm tempted to throw my hands up in frustration and scream. Fair. Very fair. Also need to turn the music down a bit. There we go. Maybe. More. Maybe? Okay, it's better. Okay, now it's good. I was selected to be the it's gonna be a time. I'll try to say these words. I'll try my best. To be the ASEAN delegation's reporter for this year's Dread Festival. It should be considered a great honor to be able to report on your country's political victories, no matter how small. But you can't expect a caged bird to sing happily. I reached into my leather satchel to find my identification documents before stepping out of my boutique carriage. I feel... Oh, we got choices already. Oh no. Okay. I feel pleased by the chance to stretch my legs and knowing that I have to go through this, curious to finally get a peek at the outside, enthusiastic that we've likely almost reached our destination. I'm gonna play true to myself because if this was me stuck in a carriage going wherever, I'd be happy to stretch my legs. Just a few feet ahead, an elven woman is going through the papers of an older gentleman from our contingent. And what role do you fulfill within this delegation? Her voice is like the sharp, pointed end of an ancient spear. I am the senator representing the region of the Beastlands. The elf sniffs the air around the delegate and frowns. She's beautiful. Glimmering mercury eyes peek out from underneath the short bangs, the color of milky quartz. Her skin, like deep iron ore, glitters gently in the rays of daylight. After a very thorough read of the man's identification documents, she hands them back to him without a word. I just realized that's a lot of candles. Jeez, a lot of candles. Look at all the candles. There's candles over there too. In the distance. Candles! I find myself nervous as the elf's long knife, like ears, twitch and her attention shifts to me. I've never seen anything like it. Her cold gaze examines me from head to toe before she reaches a hand out. Identification documents. I hand them over, and she scans through them quickly. Enter your name. My name's Mai. Choose your pronouns. Oh, that's nice. You can choose your pronouns. Very nice. She, her. And what role do you fulfill within this delegation? I mean, I think it's pretty much all the same thing, but now selected by the Empire to take an account of the Dread Festival for an article, I'm here to report on the mutually beneficial relationship between our nations. And I'll be writing a positive piece. Well, I don't know if I'm writing a positive piece. Am I writing a positive piece? or no. Cool Anglers and Gillars leadership. I plan to record our general's involvement in foreign affairs for our news. It's the only one that seems off. It's the only one that's like different than what we were saying earlier. Which I don't know about that. Which one we want to go with? I gotta just say the first one because that's exactly what we said earlier. So the rest is very specific, and I don't know anything specific yet, honestly. I don't know. Yeah, I was selected by the Empire to take an account of the Dread Festival for an article. Her eyebrows raised slightly at my response. After a moment, she nods, accepting my explanation. And your general, where could I find him? The question perplexes me. Though the delegation had been traveling for several weeks, I haven't encountered the infamous Shadow Master once. Ooh, the Shadow Master! Had I? Upon seeing my bewildered expression, the elf offers a small explanation. He was not in this carriage. Perhaps because he got bored of being confined in a turbulent box for days. I mean, that's very fair. Like I said, I stretch my legs. That's why I picked to stretch my legs. I can't sit still for very long. I get very restless. The voice responds before I can open my mouth to formulate an apology. I step back from the carriage and seek out its source. Oh, hi! Hey yo, what you doing? I forgot I did not hydrate earlier. Let me hydrate because we're gonna be talking a lot today and my voice is already dead. I didn't properly warm up this morning for my voice, which I should have, and oops. My bad. This music though, let's just sit here and listen for a little bit. Hold on. Let me put my other earbud in so I can hear it fully. Hold on. Very, like, I don't want to say it's like general-esque, but it's like very, oh yes, here is a strong person coming through. Upon the wooden roof of my small carriage relaxed one of the most beautiful gentlemen I had ever seen. I mean, I am weak for the black hair and the red eyes. Kryptonite. Ugh. With his eyes closed, his expression was so serene that I found myself wondering if I misheard him speak. Shadow Master, may day and night preserve you. The man on the roof of my carriage opened his eyes and leveled the woman with a cold gaze. His eyes were the color of the flags of our empire. Oh, they're red flags? Interesting. The color of blood and dangerous, forbidden things. Ah, forbidden things, you say. I'm gonna make everything an innuendo. I'm terrible. Whoa, I was not expecting that. The color of the text changed? Did they change based on each character? Because that'd be super cool. That's really cool. I'm not gonna lie. That I was looking between him and the text box, and then I saw it change. I was like, whoa, that's so cool. Oh, it changed back. I could hear the elven woman swallow from beside me so vividly that I wondered if the world around us had fallen quiet on purpose. May I see your documents, General? He'd just be like, no. A frown crossed his features before he quietly sat up, slid his feet over to the edge of the carriage, and jumped down with the grace of a cat. Here. He pushed a stack of documents that was so thick into the hands of the elf that it made me gape. I'm okay. It might take you a few days. He smirked, and I wondered where on himself he kept a pocket large enough to hold all that paper. Oh, you know where. I mean, he could totally keep it in the front pockets. Not front pockets, but like if you like undo the little buttons right there, you could totally just put it in there. The elf blinked, scanned through the first few pages, then flipped through the next few with shaky hands, her face growing paler by the second. Poor girl. Oh man, this poor elf. Pepperoni. Let's see. Peek into the papers. Keep watching him. I don't think his papers are my business, so let's keep watching him. The political leader of our delegation crosses his arms behind his back, his expression neutral as he scans the surrounding environment. I feel my breath hitch as his gaze passes over me for a split second. The elf suddenly thrusts the pages back at the general and gives him a shaky nod and thank you before wobbling off to the next carriage. This poor elf. She needs a raise. Was that necessary? The man's notorious crimson gaze turns to me. She asked for my papers. He shrugged. Wasn't my fault that she wasn't ready for what was on them. Somehow, this behavior does little to surprise me. It might have been considered to let her know beforehand and fall silent. I would honestly say the first one. I would let her know, you know, like this is gonna be a lot. I mean, he did technically, but like, and why would I do that? His eyebrows rose in challenge, and I found myself searching for a response to give him. Because you're the Shadow Master. You think the ever-powerful elven aspects don't know which general is being sent into their city as a peace tribute every year. Now, that's also true. I was gonna say, if they're so important, I would assume they would know who's coming in, you know. I feel like it just makes sense. I'm gonna need to redo these things. I want this timer to be like, let's do 30 minutes. And then this one, it's fine as well. Okay, because the subathon one's gonna keep showing up too many times. I blink at his response. That's fair. An uncomfortable silence falls over us, and I notice the way his gaze wanders down below my waist, scrutinizing me. Excuse me? Hey, my eyes are up here. A frown crosses his lips. I will say smile. I follow his eyes and... fuck. The inkwell I had left on the seat beside me must have spilled when the carriage came to a sudden halt. Oh, okay. I thought he was eyeing us, and I was like, excuse you, rude. He is staring pointedly at a large black stain on the side of my pants. I mean... I am assuming I have change of clothes. I mean, I can change. Don't worry. It's just ink. I hope you're not planning on wearing that to the welcome dinner. I may have been planning on it. Nah. Imagine. I was going to, but now they have ink on them. I guess I'm not. I highly suggest not embarrassing yourself or the Empire by doing so. Everything about this man was irritating. I mean, not everything. I won't. The look he gave me was one of complete apathy. I gritted my teeth. A loud, high-pitched whistle traveled from the gates ahead of us. Someone was giving us the all-clear. The clicking of metallic hinges echo in the air, and I take it as my sign to return to the peace of my small carriage. I hope you have a good day, General. There wasn't a single sincere word in that sentence. He raised a set of eyebrows as I stepped into my carriage. Being sure to avoid the spilled ink, I turned around and shut the door in his face. Yes! A childish reaction, but his expression was well worth it. I mean, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, you know? With blood pounding in my ears, I found a clean place to sit before the carriage resumed its movement shortly after, entering ominous the city of Candlewax. The capital city of the elves. I find myself eagerly peeking out through the window, making a continuous effort to forget the fact that I may have just angered one of the most dangerous men on the eastern continent. But wait, the expression was worth it, right? So he said, I would totally do something like that. And look on the outside, you can actually see the elven city and everything of candle wax. So that's why there's so many candles. There's candles on the roof. Oh my gosh. How did they get up there? And I wonder what that is. The cloaked figures right there in the middle. I wonder what that's about. My eyes wander between the many tall buildings made of marble, adorned with golden embellishment, before lingering on the rectangular houses with roofs assembled from slabs of multicolored quartz. Ooh, that sounds super pretty. It's kind of hard to tell from like being inside the carriage. I hope they get to we get to see it when we get out. 'Cause I want to see. It sounds super pretty. They're illuminated by the withdrawing river of light in the path of the goddess of day. All structures bask in the warm rays, coloring in various shades of brilliant oranges and golds. It is a breathtaking view. We pass under a long archway of stone, upon which I can hear the bubbling of running water. Ooh. Dozens of half-burnt candles of sun-dried colors and sizes sit atop each visible surface. I find myself itching to see what these streets look like at night. My thoughts quickly bring me back to the journal in my lap. Quickly, I fetch a new quill from my bag and note down my initial impressions. After several days of travel, our delegation has finally arrived at Omnis, the legendary elven capital. The gates were guarded strictly, and our official documents and identities were checked for validity. This year, the great empires leading the envoy for the peace celebrations is the Shadow Master. He sports a unique brand of charm. He is a very considerate leader. We were literally just saying earlier that he wasn't considerate, so he sports a unique brand of charm. He sports a unique brand of charm that inspires the awe of everyone around him. Like a hurricane or some other horrible natural disaster, of course. He has a way with words. I am blessed to be able to experience the elves' exhalation when around him. At least I'm not the only one terrified of this monster. We meander through the roads for another 20 minutes before the carriage comes to a final stop in front of the only building that looks terribly out of place. Ooh, pretty. Very nice. The tall rectangular pagoda? I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. That serves as the heir's empire's embassy at Omnis. As I disembark, I spot the general already disappearing past the red curtains. He didn't spare me a glance. Oppressive prick. I'm gonna love this main character. Very nice. I'm given a small but pleasantly furnished room in the embassy and quickly ditch my pack in there before heading out into the city. Oh, let's go explore. Oh, there's more of them in the middle. Damn, there's a lot of them in the middle. The collective figures in the middle. I need to find a tailor somehow. I ask around, I follow a trail for the most expensive looking buildings. I tag after the most lavishly dressed elves on the main street. I take a map of the city from the embassy to help orient me. I don't know if the people in the city would talk to me, honestly. So I'll take this map. The map itself isn't as detailed as I'd like, but I can make out the names of the districts of Omnis, as well as a couple of points of interest. I decided to take a look around the enclave of the gods, the area of the earth elves first, since I'd read so much about how lavishly they lived. Oh. So we do like the lavish. Okay, I didn't know if we were that kind of character. Like, we're like, oh yeah, we love all this stuff. I don't know. It takes me about 15 minutes of walking and skulking around, about weird alleyways before I spot a cylindrical structure of rose marble. 2 golden curtains embroidered with large designs of a spool with pink string hung from around its wide open double doors. Dark letters spell out the words, "The Hour of the Golden Ones," right above the entrance of the building. For a second there, I thought there were candles in the bushes, and I was like, those are gonna set on fire. But yeah, there's so many candles. Oh my gosh. The gentle strum of the mandolin came from inside, heart-wrenching, intense, soulful, and yet somehow welcoming. I mean, this looks very interesting. I don't think we'll be able to find some clothes here. I think we could take a nap here. I would take a nap here. Would you take a nap here? I would take a nap here. And this looks really cozy, and I'm like, I'm going to sleep. Good night. I step inside, yet find myself incapable of spotting a single worker. At least, not until 3 shadows of varying sizes shift from behind Bavarian of curtains. They speak in some languages I do not recognize. We're gonna call out because we don't know when they're gonna like notice us. So, excuse me, I'm looking to buy. As I hoped, that made the moving shadows pause behind the parrot van. The small silhouette, short and stubby, moved to face my direction. Its voice high-pitched and snippy. Oh, I don't know if I can do a high-pitched voice right now. Now it's not a good time. I frowned, but I wasn't about to give up that easily. I need an outfit for a party tonight at the Ariston Embassy, please. I kept my tone polite, but I knew an undertone of desperation had slipped in. I didn't want to see the general smug expression directed at me tonight. Did we seriously not bring any extra, like, clothes to wear? Honey, always bring extra clothes. Like, I don't drive, right? But if I did, I would have extra clothes in the back in my car. Like, I would have a bag of, like, extra clothes. Just in case, you never know, you might spill like your coffee, your food, whatever. Let's say it rains for whatever reason, or you get, well, it rains, you get splashed with water, mud, whatever. You know, things happen, so always come prepared, always come prepared. A short silence followed, filled only by the gentle strum of the mandolin. We are very busy and... A predatory growl erupted from behind the parrot van. Ooh. Help her. The command rolled through the chamber with a low rumble. I felt myself tense as the tallest figure turned to face me from behind the curtain. But, Nacha... The growl grew louder. As you wish, Natra. The tone was reverent, obedient. Language now fully switched to common. Imagine you're just traveling around like, and they're speaking whatever language, right? And then, as if you had a remote, switch it to like your language, and you're just like, huh? It's suddenly dubbed into your language. That would be very interesting, but also very weird. Though I did hear, I don't remember if it's Ray-Bans or it's a different smart glasses or whatever, but like they have where they can like translate what people are saying in real time to you. Of course, I mean, there's like a little bit of lag here and there, but like I was like, it's basically Google Translate, but like super fast. Faster, I guess, than having to type it up, you know? Audio translate. The Bavarian of curtains rustled as a short elf that looked to be within the late years of his lifespan stepped out to help me. Right this way. I was quickly led behind another small paraffin. I'm Cupio? Yeah, Cupio. One of the designers of the Hour of the Golden Ones, and your extra hand to look your best today. Will you be needing help undressing? The question caught me off guard. I refused, scandalized by the proposal. Scandalized. Nope, I refused politely. Because I don't know, like, their culture. Wait. Didn't we say that we read about how lavish they... Oh, maybe it's because they think that because we came in here that we have a lot of money and we don't dress ourselves. Maybe that's why. I refused politely. Let's be polite. This is not our country. So you'd be even more polite than you would in your own country. Thank you for the offer, but I am accustomed to dressing myself. Kipio nods, surprisingly accepting of my choice. Very well then. I will see what we have that will fit your body while you disrobe. Drape yourself in the plush blanket on the davenport if you're feeling bare. And do not be concerned. We change them after each client that refuses to take it home with them Whoa, I can take them home. Yo. This shop is nice. I want to take it home. Before I could process its words, the elf had made his way outside of my changing area. It didn't take long before several beautiful outfits were brought to me. Kipio made it his mission to look everywhere but at my body as he delivered them and exited. His regard for my wishes put me at ease as I tried on the outfits one by one. Aw, very nice. Do any of these suit your fancy? A racy blue and white draped dress with a beautiful belt made of pearls, a conservative black cotton toga that sticks to my curves and muscles, a leather two-piece, a blouse with matching pants, accented with golden bracers and rings, a ceremonial red and white robe of silk with a black embroidered sash. I don't know. There's so many options. So many options. I think the ones that are calling to me right now are the first three, which is a problem because that's almost all of them. The last one seems nice too, but at the same time, like, if we're trying to represent our country, then wouldn't it be better to wear something that matches said color, which is this red? But I'm like, But I mean, we could just wear leather, right? Leather works, right? Cause I feel like the blue and white dress with the pearl belt is too much. Like, that's way too much. That's going way out there. And I don't think that'd be preserved very well. Like, people wouldn't like it. But I feel like the toga's too underdressed, maybe? And like the leather two-piece is like a good in-between. So we're gonna go with that one. After I put the jewelry on and look into the mirror, I hardly recognize myself. The leather is tight. The seams are flawless, allowing for freedom of movement. Okay, that's good at least. The gold accessories balance out the neutral ensemble, giving the illusion that this is worn by someone powerful. A great choice. And the tailor appraises the way the item of clothing sits upon my frame. Is this an outfit to your liking? Sure, let's go with it. Lovely. Now please, follow me into the lockbox. I nod and exit through the heavy curtains to join the small elf at the pay desk, not expecting the looming figure that pushed past the paravan and crossed from mine. Whoa, hello. I'm okay. Is he like a lion? He has a little tail and the little ears. Ayo. Are the nips pierced? It seems like it, right? Ah, yes. He's into some things. Noted. Also, hi, Jaju. Hopefully you're having a good day. It's Wednesday. I just read this first part and like I find myself face to chest. Yes, I see. Ah, yes. A lovely way to meet someone. This. Oh yes, hello, and then you can't even look at their face. You just have man titties in your face. Hello. Fantastic. It is hump day. It do be Wednesday. A perfect time for me to be playing this game. I find myself face to chest with a being unlike any I've ever seen before. A tall cross between man and monster, with a powerful body and a rich skin tone. As I look up at him, his eyebrows jump in surprise, before his lips twist into a tameless smile. Seems like I made the correct choice. Excuse me? Getting you dressed. His voice was like a low purr, and I find my cheeks heating as he made a show of admiring my outfit of choice. You're stunning. Thank you. A large tail switches back and forth behind him as he tilts his head to one side. Do you also manage to find suitable clothing? Well, it looks like he doesn't want any clothing, which is perfectly fine for us. Do you make a habit of helping others out? But I saw this, it was the elephant capital, so I was gonna say like if he worked here, but I was like, this is elephant capital, so he probably does not work. He's probably one of the guests, probably, maybe. Do you also find the suitable clothing? Do you find a habit of helping others out? But I mean, saying you find suitable clothing, because he's barely wearing any. Also, hi, I'm suffering, thinking of getting that the wife skin. Oh, how? It's like, it's a gacha one, right? So you have to spend money and hope you get. Hopefully you get the skin. Pepperoni. It's okay, just use your paycheck. What I'm already wearing will suffice. My eyes wander over his Herculean? Oh, like Hercules? Herculean body. I mean, I feel you on that. Everything on this man, from his robust torso down to his powerful, lion-like legs, it seemed as if it should have been carved out of stone by a sculptor. I've never seen anyone casually show this much skin outside of a bedroom in my life. Maybe it's just the culture for him? Are you sure? I have faith. Did his eyes gleam or did I imagine it? They shiny. No then. Let's go sort out your bill. Giving me little chance to respond, the creature moved to stand in front of the tailor. Oh, wait. I can pay for myself. I don't want to owe anyone any money. Yes, I did for wait. So you already spent money on the last one. You want to spend money on this one too? Got you. You gotta save that money. Okay, so I can pay for myself. Thank you, but that is unnecessary. Like, thank you, but that is unnecessary. It'd be nice. A nice way to say it. I hurriedly stepped even closer to Kupio. I looked between me and the tall man, now behind me, uncertainly. You always fight back this hard when somebody tries helping you out. And now I've given him a weird look when his smile widens, showing off a pair of sharp top canines. No. Well, I don't know. Yes, no, I don't know. I'll eat water for dinner, no worries. No, Jaju. You had to eat food. Oh, hi, Art. Hi. Hopefully you're having a good Wednesday. Thank you for hydrating and stretchies. I think I should have got warm water instead of cold water today, because that makes my throat dry up rather than when I drink warm water. But oh well, it's okay. We learned for tomorrow's stream. You right, water and ice cubes. No, no, Chaju. You can eat some ramen. Ice soup. Oh no. You can eat some ramen. You could get some like Kraft mac and cheese. One of my budget meals, when I was little, and we didn't have much money, was like literally Kraft mac and cheese and hot dogs. They literally would make the Kraft mac and cheese and then make the hot dogs and then cut them up and put it in mac and cheese. If we weren't too tired, we would actually grill the hot dogs. So it's like, nice. Cause I feel like boiling hot dogs is not as good as like grilling them. Grilling with a nice char. I don't know what to say. No. An amused hum leaves his lips, and I find myself wondering, what has he gleaned from this curt line of questioning? True. Why do you even ask? This isn't a battle you need to fight. Your purchase is on me. Consider it a gift from the terror of the elves. What? I freeze in place as the tall creature crosses his arms in front of his chest, refusing to take no for an answer. I love how we keep calling him a creature. His lion-like tail swishes back and forth, as if taunting me to attempt to refuse his kindness. This man was the Terra, the demigod leader of the city of Fides, and the chosen of the earth element. So even though it's an elven capital, they're not all elves. Interesting. Huh. A hot dog would be nice, right? I haven't had a hot dog in a while. But I'm worried about it because I'm like trying to make sure I don't eat too high of a sodium diet, because it usually makes me feel terrible. And hot dogs are usually like over 1,200 sodium, and I'm like, oh my gosh. The daily intake of sodium is supposed to be like 2,000 for a normal person. I was like, No worries, I'll eat it for you. Okay. Enjoy the hot dog. Honestly, I prefer like sausages over hot dogs, like taste wise. Sab's hot dog. Oh no. No, you're not supposed to slap yourself. Well, you're supposed to eat it. And you just pay for a ridiculously overpriced item of clothing for me. Alright. The intensity of his gaze lessened before he nodded toward the clothing on my body. Pretty things suit pretty people. Consider it a party favor. You're a guest of the Dread Festival, right? I nod and he gives me a brilliant grin. Then please make yourself at home in our city. The words a million people would kill for this chance echo in my mind, and I find myself smiling back at the demigod. Thank you. It is my duty, and incidentally, my pleasure. I find my cheeks heating a bit at his tone. I don't know, I can see his whole, well, not the whole thing, but more of it. I'm like, I'm just admiring the everything. I'm just admiring the everything. I heard smelly, you call. No, I didn't say smelly. Just admiring everything. The everything. I should be on my way. Of course. I'll be seeing you tonight then. I pick up my old clothes and my pack before biting Cupio and the Terra the most dignified goodbye I could muster. Now what did the way back to the embassy look like? I start retracing my steps, but quickly find myself unable to deny the itch to put words on paper over my recent encounter. Compared to the capital of heirs, compared to the capital of the heirs empire, the elven city of Omnis is ridiculously expensive. No, beautiful but chaotic. The architecture I see as I walk the streets is awe-inspiring, but the structure of the city itself is incomprehensible. I wonder what the spatial architects were thinking when they planned this place. The urban design is amateurish when compared to the organized structure of our capital city. My thoughts then wander to the terror of the elves, to his warm smiles and his overly accommodating sentiments. I guess because he's a demigod, it would make sense that he's not an elf, I guess. But at the same time, I thought he would be an elf because Elven City, but whatever. Okay, but at least I do use rouge as you go away from time to time. I mean, if you can and you use them a lot, then I mean you could be like, yeah, I mean I could buy the costume because I'm gonna use the character anyway. If it was for a character that you like never use, that'd be a waste of money. Nobody had ever covered a bill for me before, purely out of kindness. I can't help but wonder what the price I'd have to pay for it in return would be. Oh, you know. I frown and structure my thoughts on the demigod of Earth. My first impression of the terror of the elves is that he seems to live in his own world. He has a terrible savior I mean, I just met him. I can't say either or, honestly, so I don't know. But he does seem to live in his own world, to an extent. I never once spotted any of our 9 generals out shopping for clothes mere hours before an event as important as the Dread Festival. Then again, if the Terra is as rich as the legends say he is, I shouldn't be surprised that he throws money around at pompous stores with ridiculously inflated price tags. Well, he's probably even... One day, I hope that I can just, like, buy whatever without caring about a price tag. Because I feel like that's just nice, you know? You don't have to care about what you're paying. You just buy whatever you feel like. I feel my chest grow heavily with guilt over the words I put down. We've been taught to always show the strengths of our empire, throwing mud at the reputations of others in order to do so. However, it has never been my favorite thing to do. I exhale and look up from my page and quill, needing a distraction from my treacherous thoughts. It comes quickly as I do not recognize the street I'm walking up. I'm in some alleyways, aren't I? Well, that didn't turn out the way I wanted it to. I was trying to change the timed bot stuff, but let's take this off. I was trying to have them all there for the week, but it doesn't work that way, I guess. I'll have to do it one at a time. Okie dokes. Multitasking is not always as easy as it seems. The marble and quartz are lost, instead replaced by simple one-floor stone buildings, decorated with all kinds of dried plants, bones, and black velvet curtains. And the little plants here. I am worried about that. The little vines and stuff are right next to the candles, and I'm like, it's gonna set ablaze. The streets seem deserted. The air seems oppressive. Feels oppressive. Unlike the other parts of town, soft lavender and green candles lay lit around the streets, as though there is a heavy darkness here that dims all other colors and needs to be warded off. Oh. We're in a dark alleyway. Well, candlelit. Silence stretches over me in a way that has me glancing back at my shadow. I don't know why, but this place reminds me of some of the worst moments in my life. The passing of my late parents, a terrible breakup with an abusive ex, holy shit, a near-death experience I suffered through, the loss of a friend in the yearly wars. Man, we've been through a lot. Holy oh man, which trauma do I want to talk about? Think about. I don't know if I'll be able to go through all of them. I'm gonna save the game. Let's go to the first one first. The passing of my late parents. An experience that changed me, left a void in my chest. It is difficult to express what the loss of a loved one feels like, but a wave of sadness hits me with such strength that I have to rub the tears from my eyes as I walk. Aww. I hate it. I hate the reality of a mortal. That life has a beginning and an end. How cruel is that? How cruel were the gods that made us like this? I take a deep breath and focus on the teachings of the Ares Empire. The way to fight back the demons that attempt to conquer you. I need to keep myself occupied and focus on the things at hand. I need to take everything step by step. Turn back and try to retrace your steps. Yes. I turn back around, attempting to recall the turns I made and the features of buildings I may have noticed. Nothing sticks out. There is no landmark that feet lead me to, or that my eyes recognize. Haven't I already been on this street? I feel as though I'm being watched. I find myself constantly glancing around at the vacant windows and the empty street corners. A cold chill climbs up my head. I read the other one. My back as I reach a few doors without windows or candles. Was this elven magic, or all just in my head? Was someone playing tricks on me? Oh, hi Cookie. Welcome to the stream. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Has it been a while? I mean, oh yeah, because I didn't stream on Monday this week. Sadly. I was so annoyed by that because I was like, oh, I can play Nikkei on Monday like I normally do, right? But then my apartment sent me an email that said, oh, they're doing, the city is doing random inspections. Which means they're picking random apartments to just go in and inspect. And you don't know if it's going to be yours or not. So I was like, ah, damn it. And it's like, oh, it's going to happen Monday. I was like, no. And since I didn't know if I was going to be picked or not, which it didn't get picked, I was like, guess we're just not going to stream Monday. Ah. Yeah. The fun life of living in an apartment. It's fantastic. That's okay. Yeah. But they didn't even pick my apartment anyway, so I was like, oh man, I wasted my day. How dare. But it's okay. I was able to just rest and do whatever. I originally was gonna edit, but I ended up just sleeping. I ended up sleeping in until like almost past noon. I was like, man. I was out. That's okay. It's okay. We'll play some Nikkei next week probably. Yeah, it was a fat nap. Very fat nap. But yeah, hopefully you're doing well and you're having a good Wednesday so far. We are playing a visual novel today called Spell Candle. Well, demo of it. And is part of the Steam Fall in Love Festival, which are visual novels with a romance element to them. This one is about going through grief and solving mysteries and finding romance. I'm wondering how far we'll go through this demo, how much we're gonna go through this stuff, so we'll see. I'm good. My son woke me up asking for a banana out of everything. A banana. Oh no. Imagine you're just sleeping and your kid's just like, I want like whatever they want. You're just like, that's such a random thing to want, but I mean, kids do be strange. When I stopped to readjust my pack, I felt something wet hit my head. What the heck? Excuse me. Oh, it's raining. What? The darkening skies up above surprised me, and I had barely a moment to blink before I'm caught in a downpour. Oh my god, we just bought these clothes. No. Man. Am I just not gonna be wearing clothes at this thing? Cause I'm not gonna have any clothes. Honestly, my reaction. Yeah. It's just, people always tell me that like their pets are like kids because they do the weirdest shit. Like my cats, if I don't feed them at a specific time, but I do feed them, then they just sit in front of my face. Well, one of them sits in front of my face and yells at me. The other one will just walk all over me. And I'm like, I'm not gonna get up if you walk on me. And then she just stops and stares at me like, okay. I wait. The darkening skies up above surprised me, and I had barely a moment to blink before I'm caught in a downpour. The rain is so heavy and cold that if I don't hide somewhere quick, I'm sure I'll be sick during tonight's banquet. Shit. At this rate, My notes will be ruined. Not the notes! I break into a run, looking for shelter from the downpour. The only place I manage to find on short notice is underneath a small staircase. I'm forced to squeeze in underneath, pulling my feet to my chest. I like the rain, I hate the rain. I don't care for the weather. I hate the rain. Where I live, it rains all the damn time. And it's not great because you would think because it rains so much, people would be like used to driving in the rain, but they're not, and they drive really recklessly and it's really dangerous. So yeah, I hate the rain. The girls would get on my chest and stare at my soul. Surprisingly, my cats don't do that whatsoever. Like, I always see like videos of people's cats like sitting on their chest, and I'm like, mine don't do that. Like, Miki will do that if you tell her to. Like, if you like hit your chest, if you're just like, you call her name, you hit her chest, like, then she'll do it. Otherwise, she doesn't do that. It's scary. I live in Missouri. It's bad in any weather. Oh no. Not the Missouri weather. Yeah, the weather here is either very hot or rainy. Or very hot and rainy. The worst is when it's very, like, during this time where it's technically still like summer and it's rainy, so it's humid and rainy. It does not feel nice. When it's cold and rainy, it's not bad, but when it's hot and rainy, ugh. And plus, like, I have curly hair, so oof, it's Fritz City. And my friends always like, oh, why do you always wear so many hats? Oh, you don't understand curly hair problems. Like, hey, look here. Oh, it's Callie. Hi, Callie. Welcome. Hopefully you're having a good Wednesday, Callie. Good morning. Good morning. Community kicks your hair's ass. Exactly. Like, if I go out, I have to put hold curly gel in my hair, so it will prevent my hair from frizzing. Otherwise, I will be a fuzzball. I'll be here. Yeah, we're playing this visual novel, Callie. It's interesting so far. First we had man titties. No wait. Excuse me. First we had a sexy guy with black hair and red eyes as my kryptonite. and then we had man titties. Okay. And then like this whole city is like covered in candles, and I was like, wow, there's just candles everywhere. And I'm like, do they never go out? Like, are they just like permanently there? Like, how did they get there? They're everywhere. Man titties on Twitch. I mean, Twitch is fine with that though. It's just girls that they don't like the girl nipples for whatever reason. But guys ones are okay, and I'm like, okay. Even though they're the same, it's just girls are more, it's just fat. This double standard. Yes. And right now I just got lost from getting new clothing. And it's raining in the game, and it's also raining outside actually IRL, so that's interesting. I always found it depressing, preferring baking in the sunlight for hours instead. With a downpour like this, it seemed as if the sky itself was crying. For the first time in my life, I found the sky's unruliness almost unfair. By a force of habit, I find myself closing my eyes and listening to the sound of raindrops as they hit the cement. I breathe in the bacterial and allow its familiar smell to calm me. Despite my feelings, I find my earlier unease evaporating, melting away with the minutes. Oh, Popo! I open my eyes to the sound of a bark and find a small puppy tilting its head at me. Oh, can I pet it? Please let me pet it. Let me pet it. Let me touch it. Sorry, it's guy, I didn't understand that. Yeah. It's probably just because the women's chest is like overly sexualized for, yeah. But like, it also doesn't make sense because manatees are a thing too, which are also overly sexualized. So I was like, but yeah, I guess it's not something people really think about that often. Yeah, it's raining. Yeah, it's raining. I had to turn on my other light because it's so dark. Normally I would just open my curtain and I would have enough light from outside. But because it's raining, it's not enough light. So I have my light on. It's a bubble. It's a bubble. When I blink again, however, I find that I must have imagined it. What? Oh, hello. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. I didn't notice this in the image when we were looking at the characters earlier on the page before stream, but like there's another eye underneath his eyes and they have little like black teardrops and stuff. Oh, that's so cool though. And I also like this like majestic like background music. Who is he? What stands before me instead is a tall man dressed from head to toe in black. Okay, but where did the puppo go? His 4 eyes are a startling green, greener than the purest jadeite. Somehow he sticks out from within the gloom of the surrounding environment, perhaps because of the lit white candle that gleams in the lantern he holds up toward me. Or just, you know, the bajillion candles all around us. He surveys me silently, unbothered by the rain falling from the sky. His gaze lingers a beat too long on my ears. My ears? A sound like an exaggerated scoff escapes him before he moves his cape to one side. And it takes me a moment to realize that he is offering to share. Aw, well that's nice of you. Come on. I am not sure how I managed to hear a voice so gentle above the downpour. Let's get you out of this rain. Well, that's nice of him. I should refuse. Something about strangers and danger. Stranger danger! However, this man and his calm, gentle presence reassured me of my safety in a way no one else ever had. Perhaps it was magic. He's magic! You know. And did it truly matter if I was bespelled, if I managed to get to the banquet in time? I mean, priorities. Oh, and Cookie, thank you for hydrate. Let's hydrate. With a nod, I move quickly from neath the cold staircase to under the unfamiliar man's cape. I'm pleased to find that it is much warmer and larger than it looks. I assume you're an ambassador of the Air's Empire. Once again, I'm surprised I can hear him. Something of the sort. His gaze lingers on me for a moment too long. Though he says nothing, he reaches his lantern forward. and I gathered that we should move. The streets are accumulating water at such a pace that the sewage system does not seem capable of handling it. What? At first, I do my best to avoid the gathering puddles and streams of water carrying away dust and grime. Though the task is difficult and my feet should be soaked through the shoes and socks, I am surprised to find that I don't walk into the puddles. I walk over them, as though an invisible barrier has been created between myself and the cold water accumulating on the streets. Oh, maybe he has magic. Magic. When I glance back at the man leading me, I notice the way the rain bounces away from him. Ask him how he's keeping you both dry. Remain quiet. But I'm curious. The cloak's enchanted. Ooh, I want one. Oh. I never experienced the effect of a magic item before. And I can't help but be a little awestruck at the revelation I was almost wearing one. They were pretty rare back in the Heirs Empire. He tilts his head toward the sky as if attempting to gauge if it will cease raining soon. Then sighs. I apologize. Once again, it takes me a moment to catch his voice. I find how easy it is to miss. It is to miss alarming. Are you apologizing for the rain? You usually apologize to all victims you save from the downpour. Which one? Do you usually apologize to all victims you save from a downpour? He raises an eyebrow at my pathetic attempt at a joke. Only when they're unnatural, caused by the emotional experience of one of ours. That happens? Whoa. The puzzle pieces clicked into place. A Mars current, aqua, aspect of water, had come into power 3 years ago, and he was powerful enough to cause such a deluge. Oh, we haven't met Aqua yet. Do all elven aspects have the ability to affect the weather? I can feel his gaze resting on me for a brief period. No. Oh. At least, not without the help of spelled candles. Haha, said the thing! It said the title! I raise an eyebrow at the man as he guides us into a turn that leads us out of the basic rocky building district. What are spell candles? A few seconds pass by without an answer, and I wonder if the cloak almost seems to grow heavier around me. A way to preserve pure elemental magic. And the magic is released when the candle is burned? Correct. Is that why candles are strewn about this entire city? Sounds simple enough. I want to know. I spot the smallest of twitches at the corner of his mouth. Are you quite the astute student? I find myself smiling back at him. I kind of like them whenever they require magic. Oh, they require magic they do not naturally possess. Oh, interesting. I like that concept. Very cool. The red candles to light the fires at home and warm my room. The blue candles to summon and control water. The effect to which anyone can use these candles depends on their magical ability, of course, but I think you get the gist of it. The curve of his lips softened his features for a split, and for a split second, I find myself staring longer than is appropriate. We're having a lot of staring going on for good reason. Can I also use magic then? How the aspects impose control upon candles then? Can I use magic? Do you have an affinity for any element or deity? No. Then you likely can only benefit from enchanted items. Flying carpets, rings that part the sea, talking swords, the stuff of legends. Ah, I see, okay. So unless you're affiliated with one of those, then you just can only use items. Interesting. Or you're just teasing me. Look here! Very funny. Here we are. The male stopped suddenly and turned toward me, his tall frame towering over me as he lifted his lantern toward the entrance to the Arisian embassy. Loud percussion, the whistle of a flute, and a mandolin rang through the air, showing off that the festivities had begun. Oh, I'm late! Yep, and I was late. Oof. I'm embarrassed to admit I was so focused on the intriguing man before me to notice we'd arrived. I mean, that's fair. That's very fair. Thank you. No. No thank you is necessary. Be assured. He motioned for me to go ahead with his free hand, so I just nodded, turned on my heel, and walked into the embassy in a hurry. So many drapes and curtains. Like I said, this worries me so much. There's so many candles. I'm so concerned. The music was much louder inside, accompanied by the smells of various sizzling meats, and the bright light of hanging chandeliers. Water, earth, and death elves moved around in wild circular dances, dressed in such finery that I found myself thankful that the Terra had interfered on my behalf at the store earlier. Then I spot him in the room. I find that he's engaged in conversation with some senators from our empire, full goblet in hand. A few paces away from him, my eyes meet the infamous crimson hues of the general, who seems to have stopped whatever he was doing to size up my outfit. Irritation bubbled in my throat, and I find myself quickly pivoting away from the drinks table. We're never gonna like him, are we? Unless you go through his route, I would assume. A large wine fountain adorned with light silver candles quickly catches my eye, and a polite elf pours me a goblet upon noticing my approach. I take the cup with a smile, but I am momentarily distracted from drinking. I hear a series of loud gasps echo from somewhere before a slick, tangible voice cuts through the music like a hot knife through butter. I told the pirate lord that if he's not willing to go to war for my love, he doesn't deserve me. And then I sink his ship to the bottom of the bay. A series of excited whispers and murmurs followed the ridiculous explanation, carrying the electric atmosphere that supports all forms of gossip mongering. It's the gossip! They're spilling the tea over there, I see. Momentarily distracted, I can't help but search for whoever is the source of this ambience. Frankly, even my sister and brother were on the marriage market. I doubt they'd be able to impress. Then again, feel free to bring it up with stepmother dearest. I'm sure she'll be thrilled to finally get a morsel of attention. My feet move automatically as if charmed by a scandal. Scandal! Carried within every sentence of whoever is speaking. I find I am led into a section of the embassy floor transformed into a lounge by large chases, silk curtains, and burning incense. Many gorgeous elves are piled on top of comfortable pillows, lazing around in eye-catching outfits. Yet when my eyes land on the male sprawled in the dead center of this crowd, I find myself suddenly flustered. Everything about this man makes me want to do double and triple takes. The long hair, glistening in the candle. I will say in the candle. In the candle. Your hair is in the candle. Oh no. So he's the gossipy type. I see. Look at them scales, though. Ooh, scales. Scales everywhere. Okay, I look away and then I notice, oh, look, more scales. Oh, more scales. The long hair glistening in the candlelit as if wet. The bright pink makeup. The outfit that I'm sure would look unseemly on anyone else in such a formal environment. Whoever he is, he commands his space behind these curtains as though he owns it. And he might as well, considering the way the hungry gazes of his entourage follow each breath he takes. Ooh. No, sweetheart. No matter how much money your father offers her family as a dowry, trust me, she won't marry you. He sounds so utterly bored with the topic that I almost believe that he isn't reveling in the attention he's receiving. Actually, he probably doesn't even care. His large smile says otherwise. Everyone knows that marrying for love is far superior to marrying for money. Very true. For the love. His gaze landed on me and his smile widened. Wouldn't you agree? The pull of attention was dropped upon me so suddenly that I found myself desperate to get rid of it. Oh no. No. Not that I don't like attention on me. Look somewhere else. Marriage for money is better. Marriage for love is better. I don't believe in marriage, damn. I'd rather not give opinions on other people's relationships. Can't people have both? I mean, marriage for love is better. See, my darling, there's no market value one can name when it comes to the hand of another. An eternal matrimony, that is, if love truly grips them both. A breathy chuckle escapes the beautiful man before me, his gaze still on me with such intensity. Such intensity that I actively have to remind myself not to fidget. Also, don't stare for too long. His eyes just gleam? What is this gleam? Everyone's eyes are gleaming. It seems this foreigner is already more intelligent in matters of the heart than you are. Leopold. I feel myself wince as the fierce glare is directed my way, but the Leopold in question. Perhaps they're also interested in matters of the flesh as well. If I was walking when I'd heard that comment directed my way, I'd have tripped. Oh no, don't ask me these things. How entirely inappropriate. His heterochromic eyes slide over my form. The retort I'd planned never leaves my mouth. Help. Also, the music's really loud here, so let's turn that down. I think this is better now, maybe. Okay, resume. You're just my ooh. You don't say. Excuse me. His royal proclamation wipes the remark clean from memory, and I can only stare at him, completely dumbfounded. My cheeks flush as he spreads 2 fingers in front of his lips. Feel free to stop by my room later. No! We literally were just talking about love. Look here. I highly doubt that would be appropriate. Aqua of the Elves. My embarrassment is quickly swept under the rug. The attention of the room is instead drawn to the general, who had moved in front of me. His demeanor remains as cold as always. Ah, the Shadow Master. The beautiful man before me finally moves to stand in front of us. I had an inkling that the male before me had to be influential, but I had just been propositioned by the aspect of water. Yeah. Yeah. My brain blanched as I pondered how to put that down in my journal. Also, like, the change of the chat box when someone's talking is so cool. And it even shows like the little symbol too. Very nice. I love that little touch. I've heard a lot about you. The Aqua did a quick circle around the general, eyeing him with unfinished curiosity. The man without a heart, was it? Carried to dispel that rumor. Ignoring the bold flirtation of the demigod before him, the general's crimson eyes glanced in my direction briefly. I ask you to refrain from distracting our balefire mandated political journalist from doing her job. I find myself stiffening upon hearing the mention of the Ares Empire's grand capital. Echo's attention slid over at me again, lingering on the authorized notebook I was given to put my notes down. I make no promises. You, at the festival, General. Relax. He waved an amphibious hand dismissively. In fact, he raised his voice in a way that carried his words around the room. I propose a toast. Another goblet of wine is pushed into my hand by a servant so quickly that I suspect the Aqua of the elves has a habit of making toasts. Oh no. It's just like, it's like he's trying to get everyone drunk. It's like, a drink for you, a drink for you, and a drink for you. Now the room is buzzing with excitement. It is quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Beside me, I noticed the general giving Aqua a withering glare. It's the Ares Empire, who has stood behind us thousands of winters. He raised his silver goblet into the air. May our festival once again nourish the millennia-old alliance between our two nations, so that we may stand together against the coming horrors anew in 8 months. Frost. I blink as the words echo around the room, and everyone erupts and cheers before drinking from their cups. Drink, imitate drinking. Duh. I mean, I'll take a drink. I take a sip of the wine, and I am thrown off by the dry, slightly salty taste it carried. What? Why is my drink salty? I don't want salty wine. I glance around the room to see if anyone shared my reaction, but it seems I'm alone in my confusion. The festivities around me have resumed in full force, with a swell of a flute leading most elves that were gathered around Aqua into an unfamiliar folk dance. They bounce around the room in couples, laughing and dragging the occasional senator into their stuffs. The occasional senator. That's the wildest. The occasional senator. Damn. And wild and lively. Antithetical to the structured festivals we hold back at Belfire. It's an acquired taste. The wine, I mean. Surf grape. They call it an amor. Oh. It's the lion daddy. A familiar voice comes from behind, and as I turn, I come face to face with the giant frame of the elf Terra. Long time no see, princess. It's to see you as well, Terra. Planning to take Aqua up on his offer. It takes me a second to clue into what he's asking, It seems word travels faster than wine at the elven capital. I'll be doing my job. Thought so. A part of me wanted to ask him what he meant, considering that smile, but I find my attention occupied by Aqua. He led a complex folk dance with easy confidence, his long hair swaying behind him, a mesmerizing head of the referee. Our select general followed through the motions beside him, as though he'd done this many times before. He probably has. He's probably gone to these kind of things before, so he probably knows it, but he's not like enjoying himself. He doesn't seem like the type that likes dancing, honestly. He looks like he'd have more fun cleaning bird shit. I stifle a laugh behind a hand and glance up at the shrugging demigod. Am I wrong though? Defend the general. Agree with him. No, I agree. Agree. Can't help the smile that cracks my well-structured mask of professionalism. I don't have to do anything more to earn myself a pleased expression from the elfin demigod. His gaze shifts behind me, and I follow it to a lone figure leaning against a wall beside the embassy's entrance. Wait! So he's a foxy or a wolfie? Lupin. Lupins are usually foxes? Question mark? He didn't have the ears before. My guy from earlier, with his hood down, I'm starting to see a pair of long Lupin ears shifting on top of his head. Wait, Lupin is usually like a wolf. I'm okay. Mors Mortis, the aspect of death, the last demigod of the waking elves. He's watching the dance unfolding around the embassy floor, but seems to be restraining himself from joining it. Tara nudges me with his elbow. You could invite him to a dance, you know. I'm startled by the suggestion. You know the steps, don't you? Do I? Oh, I do. Okay. I'll say, I don't know about this. I nod slowly. I wouldn't be allowed on this job if I didn't. Oh, I see. So I did have to know. Well, what are you waiting for? I blink at Tara's words, suddenly feeling encouraged to try something new. This could be a great feature to put into the journalistic piece after I get home. Oh, I gotta pick a boy. Oh no, I don't know. Why you make me pick? I don't want to pick right now. Let's pick. Okay, the one I'm the most interested in is Tara. Yes, I have a type. Would you care to dance with me then? I blurt the invitation out. None of the man beside me seems surprised at first. His expression melts into a masculine smile, and turns his eyes into molten gold. Happily. With a swift motion, he pulls me onto the floor, joining one of the lines of dancers with ease. Large fingers lace with mine as the music shifts into a more folkloric tune with the same motifs. And cello replaces the flute as the leading instrument. Percussion begins pounding through the air, stirring the adrenaline in my body. My hips sway in the rhythm of the complex steps of elven traditional dance as I straighten my back. Speaking of straightening your back, everyone unshrimp yourselves. Despite his large frame, Terra's swings and spins are done with ease, and I find myself able to follow and enjoy myself, his smile rousing a rare, genuine grin of my own. Impressive. I give him my hand. Wait, he gives my hand a gentle squeeze. Seemingly having realized that one of the demigods has joined the back of their winding dance line, the other elves swiftly shuffle down the formation to allow Terra to lead. If he knows this fact, he doesn't comment on it. His eyes remain glued to me as he guides us around the center of the room, contesting Aqua and the General for the public eye. Enjoying yourself. Let's take the heart of the room. I am. That's the one is like not even regarding what he asked, and the other one's responding. I'm gonna respond to him and say, I am. It might be the drink from earlier, but I could have sworn Terra's eyes glittered and lingered on my lips for a second. Boy, I just met you. Down, boy. All right, hold on. Where are we going? Turning away from me, the demigod pulls our rope right in front of Aqua's dance line. Oh, he dips underneath the intertwined hands of two shorter elves, forcing her away with a confident step that makes me laugh as I follow him down and then back up into the center of the hall. The music swells as we wind into a small circle, stepping in perfect beat with the pounding drum, until the line twists so much that it becomes a maze, the bodies weaving around one another. That sounds so complicated. That sounds so complicated. I'd get twisted and turn and be like, ah! Until the music stops, and I'm not next to Terra, but facing him. Oh hey yo, what up? Close enough that I can feel the heat radiating off his body. Our breaths are almost as intertwined as our hands. Okay, you say his face, but I mean, if I remember correctly, we're like, that is just I can feel his tail brush against my leg, and I forgot he had a tail. As I search for something to say, the room erupts in cheers and jolly laughter, and erupts into another dance. More dancing! But I'm too tired to join in. Or perhaps too disturbed to acknowledge the way my heart is beating. As if sensing my discomfort, Terra pulls me out of the center of attention. Need a drink? Yes, please. Drink would be nice. Maybe it was water. He nods and heads to the bar, leaving me alone to catch my breath, sort through my emotions. Oh, I thought I was gonna go with you. No, let me back. Come back. None of the heirs and generals would dine with their subordinates, and I just danced with a demigod. I could hear my heart beating in my ears, and for once, it's not from fear. For the first time in years, I began thinking that my work is going to be genuine praise rather than propaganda. As I glance around the festivities of the room, I notice that the Mors Mortis is quietly conversing with a general, who has a grave expression on his face. Oh, what happened while I was enjoying myself? Aqua is nowhere to be found. I also noticed the way I'm being constantly pinned with curious glances, perhaps to my earlier dance performance. Here. Oh yeah, he's back. I was like, please don't leave me alone. I'm not good at social functions. I blink as Terra's appeared beside me again, a goblet of wine in each hand. Oh, I thought you would bring water, but okay. Thank you. I accept the drink and take a sip, unable to school my expression into something resembling neutrality added salty punch. Seriously, salty punch. Like, is salty wine an actual, like, hold on. I want to know now. Is that an actual thing? I mean, they do say that some wines have more salt in them than others, but it's usually not that noticeable. This is terrible. Tara Jekyll's beside me. It's an acquired taste. Might take me a few centuries. Don't let Aqua hear you. Might accuse you of great political offense. I find my body seizing up at the thought. The sounds around me grow to dual thuds, my heart beating in my chest, ringing in my ears. Prison. I could go to prison. I could get killed for letting loose. For this opinion, I dared share aloud. I can feel the general's eyes on me, and I have to remind myself to breathe. Hey, I was joking. I find that Tara has moved in front of me, blocking me from the view of the rest of the room. Concern is lacing his features. Can you hear me? I manage to nod and he sighs. Look at me. A soft growl in his voice makes me do just that. You're going to be alright. I hadn't realized how close he'd gotten. The way his tattoos glitter in the candle light. Honey smells of agar wood, earth, and birch. The details stir me, knock me out of my fear, and incite an entirely different thrill. I find myself nodding with more conviction this time, mostly to clear my head, but earn myself a small smile. Either way. Your name? Right. Right. Correct. We haven't told him our name yet. Correct. Man. My bad. Excuse me? It takes me a moment to realize that I have never properly introduced myself. It's Mai. Mai. The political journalist and dancer extraordinaire. Seems they've forgotten that part. Oh, hey, General, what up? The General cuts into the conversation with a glare in my direction that gives me goosebumps. Any journalist serious about their job would already be resting, preparing for tomorrow's festival opening. Though the smile on Tara's lips remain in place, I can sense it is no longer genuine. Then the fault is mine, General. I requested Mai join me. I wasn't aware there was a curfew. I like Tara. There isn't, but I decided to hold my tongue behind my teeth before I get on the General's bedside. He looks to be searching for words. To help him out, though. I mean, he did help me earlier, but this is kind of unnecessary, so I'm just gonna stay silent. It's a heads up for our first time around the job. The General gives me a curt dismissive nod, but Tara just stares at me quietly. I see. An interesting practice. An unfamiliar look crosses his features before he gives me a bright smile, as fake as my own. Something unspoken connects us in a way that makes the Shadow Master frown. A warning to hurry my departure. May the night protect you both. I give a quick bow and turn on my heel. Heading up the stairs into the embassy's living quarters, I am guided to my quarters by a young girl with a warm mannerism and posited in front of the door to a room I won't be sharing with anyone else. Ooh, this room is very nice. All these are so nice. And there's still candles, but there's less candles here. I see. Hi Fern, hello. Welcome to stream. Today starts the first day of the Fall in Love Festival, so we're playing visual novels. Today's visual novel is Spell Candle. Hopefully you're having a good Wednesday so far. It was like pouring rain this morning for me. I think it's stopped now. I can't tell. But it was interesting because it was raining in real life for me. It was also raining in the game. So very, very interesting. I quickly reached my room. The inside is small, but luxurious. The longer I go, the more I can't form words. The luxuriously furnished, showing off, but I already knew that the Heirs Empire spared no expense for its diplomats. I find myself glaring at the unnecessary mahogany desk, the silk robe hanging from my dresses, the comfortable bed warmed by the red candle light beside it, the redundant opulence of the ensuite bathroom with the heated floors, ayo, and the scented soaps. I sigh as I sink into my bed, journal in hand. Pushing my annoyance aside, my thoughts drift, taking me through the day. So far, I find Omnis to be quite charming. The interconnectedness of all elven races in Omnis is reminiscent of our Balefire. There is an inherent kindness that perhaps stems from the excitement over the festivities. It is chaotic, wild, and in some ways similar to our holidays back home, where the memories of hundreds of lost ones spurs on a camaraderie between the waking elves and the Arisians. I take a moment to ponder how I feel after the long day I've had and find that my latest hours stick out as a journey of my emotions. Agreeing to come here had been a risk, but maybe, just maybe, the trouble would be worth it. Next, I find myself focusing on the welcome festivities I had just been a part of. They were highly political, they were ridiculously chaotic, they were terribly exciting, they were quite a special experience. I would say they were terribly exciting. I mean, they were highly political, but I wouldn't say ridiculously chaotic. I would say they were exciting and fun. It was fun. I feel like it was fun. How are you doing? I'm doing well. I am just chilling with this game today. I love visual novels because, like, outside of my obsession with Nikkei, I love Nikkei so much. I play a lot of visual novels in my own time, like off stream and stuff. So I play visual novels, like whether they're mysteries, they're romance, so like otome games. Some have like, well, technically they're typically in the same thing of mysteries. I feel like they have puzzles and all that stuff in them, which I think one of the games I'm playing has puzzles in them. This one definitely has a mystery, and this one it's a psychological visual novel that has mysteries and romance in it. Well, all of them that I'm playing for the Fall in Love Festival will have some kind of romance in it because the Fall in Love Festival. Visual novels and romance. But yeah, I love visual novels. And I wanted to play more visual novels, and I thought, hey, joining the Fall in Love Festival would be a great way to introduce everyone to more visual novels. And plus, some of these games just started their Kickstarter, so if you do enjoy me playing it, you can always support them so they can get their game fully released. This game is currently in demo, which you can play on Steam, and I have a link over there. I can still recall the feel of my pulse in my throat from earlier, the proof of living. Novel places bring new experiences, and by allowing yourself to step away from what you know, you can discover the joys of what you've been missing out on. Conversations with unlikely strangers can sometimes be inspiring. Dancing with them can lead to serious introspection or joy. The gift of life has many layers. We only need to have faith in our own choices in order to peel them back. I find myself smiling when I think of oh boy. Oh boy. You know I'm gonna pick Tara. The fearless, imposing demigod of the earth element and the exploiter of all of his treasures. Zealous leader finds the elven city of faith. Ruthless warrior aspect Natra. He wasn't anything like what I'd expected. There was a lot of titles in there. Generous, kind, obliging, a man who showed off his prosperity to lead with a simple dance and a soft squeeze of a hand. I don't know if we should be writing that in our report. Just saying. I feel like that's a take that out. A stark contrast to the phony diplomats and ruthless generals from Airs. Oh no. Oh, we gonna get murdered for this. Like, how dare you? No. The visual novel is fun. Love visual novels. Cause like I like reading books, but a lot of time my attention span just goes off because there's not something to catch my attention. It's just words. But when I play visual novels, I have all these like pretty pixels and everything, the background, the music, you know, setting the mood of what's going on in the story. Then I'm more invested in it, you know. I shake my head at the thought, deciding that this is better left unwritten. Yes, don't write that. Then after a moment, I scratched through the entire section I'd written about Tara, paranoid that someone with basic political knowledge could read between the lines of my work. Perhaps the weeks of travel were finally getting to me. I put away my journal and tried to get some rest. To thrive in the Aries Empire, you need to love it. Or you need to be very good at pretending to do so. That doesn't sound very nice. The delegation was ready to depart to the Central Plaza at 7:30 a.m. sharp. Systemized like apothecary bottles, not a single soul dared to be late under the general scrutiny. As if yesterday's chaotic revelry was a dream we'd all conjured up in our sleep. But the outfit on my body was proof enough, considering I had nothing else decent to wear. Why did we not bring extra clothes? What is this nonsense? Why? The elven diplomats meant to escort us to the location of the Dread Festival's opening ceremony arrived at exactly 7:35. The Shadow Master greeted them, and after finishing the steaming contents of his cup, bid they lead the way. I soon found myself uncertain as to why all this posturing was necessary. The Central Plaza of Ominous is exactly a 3-minute walk from the embassy. Interesting, we get to see it up close now instead of like farther away from earlier in that one CG. Interesting. Though we are early to the ceremony, the open space is packed with elves of various elemental inclinations and ages. 7 large stone coffins held together with heavy locks, and star mail chains slowly arranged in a neat line in the heart of the square. A giant cauldron of bubbling wax levitates peacefully above each one, and I quickly spot the 7 lit silver candles held together by Mors Mortis. Though Tetra and Aqua are nowhere to be found, the aspect of death seems to personally be attending the festival's preparation. Well, I mean, he probably has a lot to do with it, considering death. He appears calm as he runs his fingers over the flames. What? Does that not hurt? of the braziers heating the cauldrons, earning excited whispers from the gathered elves and senators. I find myself wondering if it hurts, or exactly, or if he's touched the fire so many times he's grown numb to it. That reminds me of like when people are like, oh, you have like the, like, you know, like when they have videos of like someone who's like cooking something and they just flip it with their hands, like a tortilla or whatever, or like a piece of bread or something, like in the pan, and they're just like, what, isn't it hot? And I mean, in theory, if you touch the side that's not on the pan, it's less hot. It's still hot, but it's less hot. So I just getting used to it, I guess. I don't know. I've never tried it before, so I don't know. For a second, his eyes meet mine across the field as our delegation steps forward to our designated area. Smile at him, nod at him. This is not really a smiling thing. I say we nod. He nods back, something indescribable flashing in his gaze, like a pebble before sinking underneath the perfectly constructed political smile he'd offer our delegation. Or so I expected. Instead, his expression remains the same, as he offers us a cool, calculated bow. Welcome, esteemed General and delegates of the Ares Empire, to this year's Dread Festival opening. Thank you, Aspect of Death, for hosting us again this year. The Shadow Master returns the sentiment with a curt bow of his own. What a lukewarm exchange. I'm not certain exactly what has happened between these two, but I do not have any time to dwell on it. Fracco and Tiara's arrival breaks the tension and turns it into chaos. It is as if, wherever those two appear, the location turns into a stage set for a spectacle. A stark contrast to the elves' indifference toward Mors Mortis and quiet curiosity about the general. Ooh, all 4, let's go! I find my gaze lingering on. Now, we already know what we're gonna pick. It's the boy Terra. I was like, I'm like right now between Terra and Mortis. Like, but I've already been picking a lot of Terra, so I'm gonna keep picking Terra. The aspect of Earth towers over the Aqua, staying slightly behind him as his gaze sweeps through the crowd. His hair is a wilder mess than yesterday, what how, and his powerful frame seems to be set with fatigue, or am I imagining it? He takes control of the public square simply by opening his mouth. Esteemed guests of the Empire, allow us to once again welcome you to our lands as we commemorate the end of another winter. Terra moved to stand beside the now quiet Mors Mortis. There is no greater honor for us and our people to call you and yours by the term allies. For every time we've called, you have answered, and whenever you've been in need, we've delivered. It is through good that we starve off evil. Through our gods, through your gods and ours. Listening to the eloquence of the aspect of Earth, I am quickly reminded that as the leader of the elven city of Faith, Terra also holds the title of head of all elfic religions. So they have multiple duties? Man, you're doing everything. Akko speaks next, a hand on his heart. Our bonds has lasted for a millennia, a marriage against darkness. This commitment immortalized when we sealed away the Scions will continue to hold again today. On this first dawn of the Dread Festival, we vow to once again keep them at bay. His voice pulls me toward him, like a sailor to a siren, but it is Mors Mortis, the tone that brings me back. It makes me stop and listen. From flesh to wax, from wax to life. Every year, the eternal war takes from us those we hold dear. And with what is left of them, we seal away chaos, anger, harm, loneliness, sorrow, hunger, and plague, and take a breath until next winter. For it is through faith that we hold the lines, through love that we stand united, and through hope that we keep fighting. Let those we love shield us once more from the dangers we've forgotten. Breathe in and take your time to pray. Terra's command echoes through the air, rendering the thousands of elves gathered on their knees. As per the ritual, our delegation is the first to walk up to the braziers of bubbling wax and silently thank those who gave their lives for ours. Oh my, how are you liking the game so far? Hi, Yami. It's been a time. At first, I was like, oh, look at all the scenery. Oh, look at all this. And then the boys. I was like, oh, the boys. Got distracted by the boys. Oh, look, the scenery again. Oh, look, more boys. And then also the festivities from the first part was interesting, because I'm just thinking of like everyone just doing the line dances and everyone just getting like like stuck together, like not literally stuck, but they're like all like intertwined together in that room. And I'm just thinking, imagine how coordinated you'd have to be to do that dance without bumping into anyone. And the main character did well in their first try. I was expecting him to like run into something or someone. That would be me. I'd run into everything and everyone. I was so distracted by everything. I almost forgot that it's supposed to be about the Dread Festival. I was like, oh, right. And then we got here, I was like, oh, right. But I am liking the game a lot. I also like how like the little text box changes depending on who's talking. And also the symbol too. Very interesting. I'm enjoying myself so far. I was stuck between Terra and Mors, and I was like, oh. Man. Tree Land is very traditional where I'm from, so because they're from there, I suppose. Oh, I see. Next, we have line dances here too, but they're usually not very complicated. So they're like really simple and Actually, now that I think about it, I've seen people while doing our line dances actually get stuck. But that's because they're just not used to it. That's why I was surprised that the main character did it fine, didn't mess up or anything. Like, I know she said that they said that they had to know for the job, but I was like, man, man, I would trip. I'd be so nervous doing it for the first time. Like, hope I don't mess up, make a fool of myself and my country. Oh no. Got a favor from the boys yet? So far, I'm between Tara and Morris so far. But since I picked more things leaning toward Tara, I'm going toward Tara for now. But yeah, I'm enjoying the game so far. How did you find the journal? I didn't even look at the journal. Hold up, wait a minute. Oh, this is so cool. Emperor's pet. Emperor's pet. Because when I think of like Emperor's pet, I automatically think teacher's pet. And I'm like, he doesn't seem like a teacher's pet kind of thing. But Emperor's pet, I can see it. He who brings death. Yes. The Shadow Master. The Shadow Master. It's 31. Six. Damn, he's tall. 6. He's tall. I'm only like, what, 5'3" or 5'4", something like that. I'm super small. Tall. Wait, if he's only 6 foot, how tall is Tara? Holy crap. So tall as hell. No wonder when they were like, oh, when I came out of the room, it was like, it was face to chest. I was like, oh, ooh. I was like, no, he's tall as hell. Oh my god, he's so tall. Because everyone else is pretty small. Aqua is 5'9". So Aqua's the shortest out of all of them. Short king. Actually, he's not even that short either. They're all really tall. Feared by his own people, the conversation partner despite being soft-spoken. Yeah, I thought about that too. I was like, because he has a soft voice, but he actually does talk very well. Has a good conversation. Doesn't need to be loud to be heard, which is also an interesting thing, because as someone who has a soft voice, I have to be loud to be heard. So if I talk normally, like when I talk like this is how I normally would talk, right? No one will be able to hear me, so I have to talk a bit louder for people to hear me like this. I haven't done day one. Day one. I wonder what else I guess is gonna be in the journals. Cause it says day 0 and then Rockaway says day 1. So I wonder if it's gonna show like every day. Cause it's supposed to be like what, 7 days or something like that? Excited to see what happens. The general goes first, murmuring thank yous in both our language and that of the elves. Though I can't see his face, I find his tone to be gentler than any I'd heard from him before. I go last from our delegate. Oh gosh, what am I gonna pick? Think about those I've lost over the years to this war, murmur thank yous in both languages. Think about those I lost. A deep pain grips me. I know it stems from the emptiness of what was once, but is now no more. As I reach the first cauldron, I thank the people and the elves, who gave their lives for our peace in both languages. Then I move on to the next cauldron and do the same, and the next, and the next, and the next. It is considered a great honor to be able to come this close to the dead again. Once our delegation has finished paying our respects, the elven aspects follow. The three move in perfect tandem, and by the time Mors Mortis has finished, the rest of the elven population in Omnis is already in silent tears. 4. Mors Mortis orders after a moment of silence. The 7 cauldrons obey Mors Mortis' command, slowly moving to tip over. Wax begins hitting the coffins, one by one, resealing them under the watchful eyes of the elven aspects, their people, and our delegation. Wait, get down! Get down! The words shatter through the silence. I really have time to process the familiar voice before the ground underneath my feet gives. For a second, I think I am blind. The world has turned pitch black. I think I smell something burning. Then, daylight breaks through, bringing back my sense of sight. My knees are bleeding. I look as I try to get my bearings, but it's as though sound has ceased to function. I make out that some of the senators lay beside me, cowering. We're gonna stay low for now. Just in case we're also gonna save. Stay low. The general is kneeling beside me, a knife in his hand. What is going on? His eyes wander around our delegation, coolly checking for everyone's presence and safety. At least until a shout cuts apart from uncertainty with a new, horrifying discovery. The goddess of chaos has escaped! Then I shoot in the direction of the pale marble coffin. The last one to be sealed, now empty. Ah, man! I hear murmurs and whispers from the gathered elfin crowds. The words are undescribable, until the general's crimson gaze sweeps toward the onlookers with what can only be described as wild fury. They finally decided to conquer us too. Betrayers. Scoundrels. My blood chills as I realize that the only possible culprits could be those close enough to the cauldrons. The realization seems to dawn upon aspects at the same time because all three of them turn to face us. The word "seize them" suddenly sound like a phrase from a banned horror novel. The elven crowds are dispersed and told to return to their homes until under curfew. Meanwhile, we are roughly pulled to a standing position in front of the aspects. While Terra and Aqua's expressions are unreadable, Mors Mortis looks dangerously calm. General, give us one reason why we shouldn't lynch your delegation and send you back to the Emperor to announce the dissolution of our alliance. You have no proof. I mean, if you think about it, it's too obvious. Why would anyone with us do this? Because they're automatically gonna go, oh, it's you, right? That wouldn't make any sense. But if it was someone else trying to frame us, then that makes sense. I find this man's ability to remain an egotistical bastard. Oh, I love it. Even when standing before 3 demigods, almost attractive. Almost. No, it's attractive. Nobody else stands close enough to the braziers in order to tamper with them. General falls silent, and I realize exactly what he's saying. I see Mors Mortis' expression toward murderous, as he reaches the same conclusion. My thoughts suddenly dim as a primal existential fear of death sinks its claws into my back. How dare... Let's hold an investigation then. Michael's smile is nonchalant, but something in his tone gives me pause. Mortis' eyes narrow... I can words. On the demigod of water. Every 1% is a suspect. I don't know why the 3 unitary demigods suddenly look so divided. Terra, much to my surprise, is frowning, his tail flicking around, his arms crossed in front of his chest. Very well. Mortis, 4 jade eyes, wander between the members of our delegation and the surrounding guards before landing on the general. Name your investigator, Shadow Master. You get 1 and only 1. My goddamn. Look, I don't think I'm the right person for this job. What? I jumped to my feet as all eyes turned to me. I can't. I can't. I mean, I'd be bad at this. I don't know. You're gonna put all this on my back? What? I'll do it, I guess. I don't know. I catch a glimmer in Terra's gaze as none of the aspects argue the general's choice. Mako's smile widens, and I find myself looking away, needing to escape all this attention. The festival lasts 7 days. This is how long you have to get your truth. 7 days. Oof. The unspoken "if you fail" remains a silent implication that hangs over my head like a guillotine for the next week. I return to my room and find that my fingers are gripping my journal so hard that they're shaking. I have to get it together, desperately. I can sense how overwhelmed I am with fear. Had it been winter, I likely would have already turned into some mindless ghoul and fallen prey to the sword of a soldier. I take in a deep breath, then exhale. I repeat these simple motions several times until my brain has enough oxygen to function again as it should. Who do I investigate? I don't know who to start with, honestly. The fact that it would be one of them is... it makes me sad. I'm like, I don't want to suspect you. But if you think about it, the ones who are the most sus in general, Sako and Terra. Man. I mean, we could just go investigate Terra to put our mind at ease. Yeah. But then I'd be like, oh, you don't believe in him. Like, no, wait. Wait. No. I want to investigate Terra to see. I tap my pen against the desk as I try to structure a plan. I am a political journalist, not a detective. Exactly! I'm not a detective! I can't do this! I should be reporting on the strong relationship between the Ares Empire and the Kulan Galar. I should be watching the general, gallivanting alongside the aspects, drinking wine, smiling politely, and just writing. Instead, I somehow find myself spearheading an investigation that could not only spark a war between two nations, but also result in the end of my life. Yeah, there's a lot writing on this I feel the nerves in my stomach like worms, eating me from the inside out. I should have skipped breakfast, and at this rate, I might skip dinner. Yo, right. You look you want to murder your journal. Which I do not recommend, by the way. It looks like a nice journal. Oh, hi. Hey, hi, how you doing? Okay, before we continue, I'm going to get a snack real quick because it is lunchtime for me, but I want to continue with this demo. So we will continue, but I'll be right back after taking a quick break. Don't forget to get some food for yourself if you haven't eaten yet. Hydrate, stretch your legs, and we'll be back. Okay, we back. Let me get back over. Make sure my Spotify stopped. Okay. For whatever reason, my Stream Deck is not working. I ate some little granola balls that had chocolate with it, and right now I'm drinking a drinkable protein yogurt. 23 grams of protein, oh my gosh. Okay. Let me take one more sip and then we'll continue. Okay. I find myself torn from my thoughts by a voice I'm quickly growing acquainted with. His owner leans against the open doorway, strong arms crossed in front of his chest. I knocked several times, but he didn't respond, so I let myself in. It took me a moment to realize that he was waiting for me to respond to his earlier inquiry. Not really. I'm the head of this investigation. He hums, his eyes studying me briefly. His gaze was piercing, as though he could see through every little lie. Please, feel free to take a seat. I motioned to the chair in front of my desk and watched Tara's gaze flick briefly to it before moving back to me with a raised brow. I don't mean to be respectful to your embassy's choice of furniture in saying this, but I've already put my full weight onto that CS swirl. I mean, from what it looks like, it seems they're probably normal height. Not everyone's a 7-foot giant. And while I have no issue paying for those damages, I think I'd rather spare your ambassadors the embarrassment. Giggle sees me as I process his words. Literally same. Imagining the present ambassadors rushing over to apologize to the elves Tara for their inadequate seating arrangement sounded like something of a local comedy skit. Oh my god, that'd be hilarious. Alright then. On to the topic at hand. Oh boy, time to save. I'm saving everywhere. Did you notice anything unusual happening in the hours before the incident? Why were you late on the morning of the incident? Who do you think is responsible for the incident? Did you notice anything unusual? No, I was preoccupied. Any particular reason? He chuckles, and this sound inexplicably takes a load off my shoulders. Some demigod enchantment, perhaps? I was releasing some pent-up energy. Through exercise? With Aqua. Wait. It takes great effort for me to keep my pen moving against the paper, but the writing turns into an unintelligible scrawl as his words sink in. His expression is proof enough that he isn't teasing me. His lips are set into a firm line, his muscular arms crossed in front of his chest. After a few moments, when I'm certain my voice and expression are schooled, I continue that line of questioning. And this is a common occurrence. So you're each other's alibi? I suppose that's the case. That's not a good thing. You could be in on it together. You're not helping. His eyes flicker briefly away from me, and his tail lowers to the ground. Is this information that you'd rather doesn't spread? The tension melts away, as if I've dreamt it up. He chuckles at my question, and I find myself watching the muscles of his abdomen as they tense. You're a funny one. Nobody in this city cares who does what and with however many partners, as long as it's not in the streets. I found myself blushing as I put his words to paper. Well, I mean, we already know why he was late, but I mean, okay. Some elven business came up right before the beginning of the festival. When you live as long as I do, investigator, you come to realize that there's two kinds of business. There's the business you can put off, and the business that you can't. Usually if you don't handle the first, it becomes the second. I try not to make that mistake. That's very organized of you. I find myself smiling at this explanation. The compliment comes out accidentally and it earns me a bright grin. Thank you. His tone softens slightly, a low, warm rumble compared to his usual demanding voice. I almost find it difficult to focus on the work at hand. Does the Dread Festival use the same agenda every year? Tara nods, shifting his weight from one land leg to the other. Has been for as long as I can remember, which is a bit longer than a century. 120 years, give or take. It's all kind of blends together when you live this long. Absolutely nothing has changed for 120 years? That's crazy. Nothing significant that I can recall. Morris Mortis is the oldest of us. He should be able to give you a more informed answer. I'll make sure to ask him. Tara gives me a small smile. Who do you think is responsible for the incident? Tara's eyes narrow at my question, his lips pursing into a scowl. Whoever they are, they couldn't have escaped far. I put Omnis into lockdown. No one can leave or enter. That wasn't my question. His eyes, like molten gold, slid to me. And for a second, I could imagine what it was like to be this man's enemy. To stand against a man who could move a mountain. Literally. He can move mountains. He can move mountains. Someone or something that wishes to weaken us, to drive fear into the hearts of our people. Well, if anything, it would make more sense if they're trying to drive a wedge between them and our country. And when I find them, I will break them to pieces with my bare hands and let them rot on the altar of celebration until the crows have picked the meat clean from the remains and the barrettes have dissolved the bones with their shit. Well, it takes me a moment to close my mouth and remember to write this down. Silence stretches out between us, the only sound of ink on paper before I look up at the demigod before me, another question in mind. What could anyone hope to gain from ruining the opening ritual? Attempting to sow the seeds of panic and fear in our people is futile. Most of them have lived too long, are too emboldened by their love, faith, or hope to truly let one minor attempt on their lives shake centuries of mental and emotional training. So we believe the goal of the events is purely to free the goddess? That, or to shake Mors Mortis' position in our society? I paused, having completely missed this angle. Huh, I didn't think about that either. Same. Why would anyone attempt to damage the reputation of your demigod of death? Everyone tends to fear what they cannot understand, and hates what they can't control. Mors Mortis has saved many lives, turned his district of death and afterlife into a sanctuary for survivors of the eternal war. And that is a problem? I feel a semblance of horror crawl up my spine at the implied alternative. Some would call it a weakness. Would you? I call it hope. And I find it necessary. His undaunted response warms me, smothering the chill of horror with assurance. A knock sounds on the door, breaking us away from our session. Doterra's eyes move from the door to me, his lips pursed as he steps away from it. From a man so famous for his control, he sure had no problem giving it away. I had half expected him to answer before I'd blinked. Come in. The door kicks open, and I find myself looking at a handsome, lithe silver-haired elf who offers the Terra a low bow. Allura, you're needed in the square to help set up the fire dancing festival in Hunter. Of course, I'll be right there. Though I'm annoyed by the interruption, I nod my head when Terra's gaze returns to me. I will see you at the fire dancing then, investigator. Do you have the appropriate clothes for the event? I find myself caught off guard by the question. I'll have some sent to your room before tonight then. Are you always buying strangers whole new wardrobes? I mean, I could get used to this. Usually. Only those that ask nicely. Let me change. This thing. Change that. There we go. That way it doesn't spam the chat so much. His grin stirs in me something fierce. Natra, I'm coming, Allura. He's out of the door before I can poke at his words, leaving my brain scrambled with information and my stomach with warmth. Who do I investigate? So I'm going to investigate everyone at one point. Okay. Let's go Aqua next then. I wasn't sure if it was because Mors Mortis had called everyone present as suspects, but I found myself diligently studying Aqua. They sat on a chair in front of my desk. A very ornate chair that hadn't been there until right before I asked. For the aspect of water, to stop by for questioning. It was carved of some expensive wood, packed with comfortable cushions, and sparkled with pearls of various colors and sizes. So he likes the extravagant things, I see. A perfect seat for the man who lounged on top of it, as if he was king of the world. Legs crossed, chin propped up on one hand. He offered me a lazy smile that made something in my chest twist. He was perhaps the most beautiful man I'd ever seen. It was annoying to no end. Oh man. Should I summon a painter? He seemed so fond of staring. My cheeks flushed, and I cleared my throat. Glancing down at my journal, I found it logical I start off by asking him the following questions. Why are you late in the morning of the instant? Aqua scoffed at my question. I am late. Only if you go by the words of Morris Mortenus. If anyone else had organized the Dread Festival this year, they wouldn't have said a word. Others can organize the festival? Of course. It is a rotating duty between all aspects. It just so happened that this year the pleasure fell on Morris Mortenus' shoulders. Doesn't seem like you really like him. That's not helping your case. Didn't answer my question though. An aspect of water looked up at me through thick lashes. At the gathering, I found rather pleasant company that detained me until morning. Oh. Can that company corroborate your story? Of course. For one reason or another, I respect his choice to keep that card close to his chest. I'll ask for it later if necessary. Okay, so at least their stories are the same. Well, they were having a little fun. You notice anything unusual happening? Not really. I was too busy sleeping off a hangover. After a long night of enjoying the revelry, I helped your embassy through. His voice dipped into a softer, more melodic tone. It truly was a shame that you couldn't stay. Did Miguel's get hangovers? How long did you stay? How long did the revelry continue? How long did the revelry continue? Or how long? How long did you stay? I don't know. I was busy having fun to check the clock. I should have known. I had the urge to roll my eyes. At least until 1 a.m., I think. He stifled a yawn into the palm of his clawed hand. That was a start. Who do you think is responsible? Aqua raises an eyebrow at my question. If I was thrown in the deep end, I wouldn't go about attracting the attention of the sharks. Are you threatening me? He laughed as though I'd asked something terribly amusing. His different colored eyes glittered like sea glass. The Eurasians are always looking for a reason for an argument or a fight. Do you know a lot about Eurasians? A few. And that's enough to draw some such conclusions? Perhaps. Do my best not to roll my eyes. Man. He's making himself seem really suspicious. Anyone who would benefit from freeing the goddess. Excluding our enemies. I grit my teeth at his nonchalant yawn. Oh my gosh. Oh, he's so frustrating. I haven't sensed any dangerous emotions from anyone, if that's what you're asking me. I find myself uncertain of what to put down on the paper in front of me. I'm sorry, you can sense wait. You can sense emotions? My fellow naturalists call it empathy. Partially comes with the territory of holding the elven throne in the city of Armor. So that's just a common thing. Interesting. Also very dangerous. You want to sleep? Okay, friend, no problems. Sleep well. Thanks for dropping by. Hopefully you have a good sleep. So you get powers from ruling a city, in return for what? Spreading peace, harmony, and love, of course. Maybe you let me help you explore that at some point. Clearly, you need it more than anyone else around the festival. Excuse me, sir, we're gonna fight. I roll my eyes as my cheeks flush at his blended proposition. That was all very helpful. Thank you. Did you find that I appreciate the attempt at lengthening our time together, investigator? I am a busy man. I find myself gaping at him. I wasn't. The grin he gives me as he makes the get up is downright infatuating. I should have a free time slot for you after 5 hours if you wish to continue your disquisition. You can't just... But he can. And he proves that point by making his way out the door to my small room before I can finish my sentence. Ah! And I have the infuriating need to throw my journal out the door. Same. I would do that too. As I look down at my notes from the first 2 sessions, turning the new information in my brain, the door to my room swings open with such violence that I reach for the dagger underneath the desk. For a second, the shadows grow deeper, darker, and I wonder if they've moved on their own before the general marches into my room unannounced. With 4 quick strides of his long legs, he reaches my desk, his tall form blocking out the rays of the sun from the nearby window like a storm cloud. A thick stack of papers is disposited words unceremoniously onto my desk, and it takes everything within me not to wince. Seriously, I'm doing all these things and now you're gonna give me a shit ton of papers. Within me not to wince as I notice the smudges of various shades of red and brown, along with the inky scrawling upon them. I put the dagger back in its desk seat and make up to get up and bow, but he raises a hand to stop me. I will not stay. I have taken up the task of personally questioning everyone for from our delegation who paraded in front of the wax this morning. I felt the blood drain from my face as my eyes slint between him and the stack of papers before me. I clear my throat to find my voice. And did you find anything of note? His eyes narrow with unfiltered annoyance. No. He turns around, heading for the door, just as abruptly as he entered through it. Each step increasing the anxiety, settling on my shoulders. Question him! Question! Shadowmaster, with all due respect, I also like to ask you a few questions. My breathing halts the moment his footsteps do. I remind myself to count to 10, to move, to show signs of life, as he levels me with one of his famous glares, and the shadows in the room darken. Consider these 10 minutes of my time charity for a lost cause. My breathing resumes with a huff, and I am quickly reminded of my dislike for the disrespect of the ruling general's affairs. Annoyance washes over my fear, steadying me as I flip open a new page of my journal. You've been to the Dread Festival before. Did you notice anything different in its setup this time? Who do you think is responsible? What do you think that was the aim of of whoever is responsible for this incident? This winter bore the greatest losses ever seen by this long enduring alliance. Some would blame the elven leadership for the grave numbers. Others might blame us. Do you think someone is trying to stage a power coup? The Shadow Master shrugs, and the action is human enough that I find myself staring. Whoever they are, only the gods can save them now. And I better pray long and hard, because their chance of survival after that sorry stunt is 0. His eyes glitter like sharp ruby gems, and I recognize those words to be not a belief, but a promise. Let's see, do you notice anything different this time around? The elves knew Aqua through the welcoming party yesterday night. He reeks of trouble. I raised my eyebrow at the observation as I scribbled a pointless answer down. Perhaps this Shadow Master used salty wine and trouble interchangeably. I wouldn't be surprised considering the stick up his ass. Oh my god. I love how like my thoughts are being voiced. I'm like I'm like in tune with this main character. We're thinking the same way. Could you elaborate? He's cocky and impulsive, an attention seeker with 0 regard for the consequences of his actions. Could it be that he was still bothered by the way Aqua flirted with him in front of everyone? I pushed the thought down, ignoring the urge to smirk. The current Aqua has been present and active for the 2 previous Dread Festivals as well, but no incidents occurred then. I point out, my tone professional, controlled, earning me a scowl from the man before me. The Shadow Master opens his mouth, then seems to think better of what he wants to say, and closes it, glancing pointedly at the clock on my desk instead. I do my best to ignore the way this annoys me. Who do you think is responsible? The seals placed upon the children of evil are an ancient, complicated magic. This rules all mortal simpletons from our delegation out of the list of culprits, at the very least. I pursed my lips, ignoring the stab this asshole just lightheartedly made at my intelligence. I think he was talking. Oh boy. Man, I haven't had a main character I resonate with in like forever. This is fantastic. Whether it is a conscious betrayal or a hand guided by the anger of a god. Those who know how to unseal a tomb bound by a millennia-old spell could only likely be counted on the fingers of one hand. My hand freezes midair. The unspoken words will linger between us for a few moments before I finally press my quill to the pages of my journal again, seemingly snapping the general from his continued unspoken thoughts. His gaze flits to me, and then to the space around me, before he crosses his arms over his chest. His lips set into a firm line, as if he knows what I'll ask him before I even open my mouth. You intend to question the gods? The Terra and his high priests and priestesses can communicate with the original gods in bits and pieces. They know their intentions, their views, see the shifts of the divine web before any mortal can. You think the Terra knew this could happen? He scoffs, one foot tapping impatiently against the wooden floor. If he is as powerful as he says he is, then he should be aware of most fates woven by the fingers of the gods. Man, why is every guy I pick sus? The complex web of information only seems to grow thicker and more convoluted. I hate to admit it, but the general has given me a lot to think about in the last minutes. My brain is running at 1,000,000 miles per hour as I flit between the pages of information, picking through the bits and pieces I find important. Whatever question I want to ask next, however, doesn't see the page as I hear his boots again moving toward the door. Man, he didn't even this ass. But thanks for answering my questions, I guess. Cause Maya sus. Look here, Luca. Yes, but doesn't mean I pick sus guys all the time on purpose. It just happens that way. Sometimes it just happens that way. Hopefully you're having a good Wednesday, Luca. I glance up from my papers as he pulls the door open. Thank you for your time, General. His gaze flickers in my direction, briefly, as he pauses in the entryway. Do make an effort not to get yourself killed, investigator. Not everyone loves obnoxious buttons meddling around their business. He steps out and shuts the door behind him, leaving me staring indulgently at the space he just left, my earlier bouts of fear completely forgotten, and now replaced with a warm, boiling rage slithering underneath my chest. I mean, he can definitely do that to a person, because yeah, I'm having a great day. I just found out there's another. Ooh, it's gonna be another Yomori game. Wow. I haven't played one of them. I do want to play one of them. Hopefully next month I can play it. I want to play it. The first one was so good. I loved it so much. I want to play the other one. No way, did I play? No way, I did play two of them. Wait, did I? Question mark. Now to look it up. Okay, I did play them. Okay. I did play these two. Because I played these two. Yomori Midnight Shadows and Yomori Night Alone. Okay, so I did play these. I'm like, did I play them? Like, I swear I was meaning to. I'm like, did I actually, though? It's been a while since I last played those. Oh my god. Yeah, the third one I haven't played yet. That's the one I haven't played. Like, I'm missing one. It's on my wish list somewhere, I think. Let me see. Open my Steam. Yeah, Yomori Lost in the Dark. I haven't played that one yet. I keep hoping it will be on sale next month so I can play it. I'm just like, let me in. let me in there. Oh, you can customize a character? Ooh, that's new. Nice. Yeah, I want to play all of them. I'm like, might go on sale this week since it's Steam sale. Oh, that's true. Maybe. Hopefully. Because I do know a lot of the horror-esque type games are typically on sale in October also, so we'll see. One or the other. One or the other. If I wasn't in an embassy building, I would scream. What a fucking ass. Sila, Pierre, and Lovka give me strength. Who do I investigate? The only one left. My head feels like it's swimming as I attempt to piece everything together. Nothing makes sense. There is still too much information I lack, and too little time I have to figure this out. Only 7 days. I feel restless, the squeezing of my stomach from nerves, doubled by the rapidly growing hunger for something more serious than a cup of tea. It forces me out of my chair and to my door. With the amount of stress I'm under, if I don't eat anything, I might fall sick, and then I'd really doom us all. A light meal would have to suffice. Pulling the door open, I find myself staring back at 2 pairs of surprised green eyes. An aspect of death. One dark hand pulled into a fist seems to have just been about to knock. Instead, he clears his throat and hides his hand behind his long cloak. I've come at a bad time. Never a bad time. He steps back, serene, entirely different from the previous burning display of anger at the city square. It's all right, Natura. I was about to step out for lunch. I see. Then I won't keep you with my presence. That won't work for me. I desperately need answers. Need answers. It's fine, let's talk about my outfit question anyway. Would you like to join me for lunch? Actually, if it isn't entirely too bold of an invitation, considering the difference in our stations, you could join me. This way, we won't waste time. 4 green eyes blink at me and then scan me from top to bottom with distrust. For lunch. Whatever he sees in my falling little nod seems to melt away his suspicions, replacing them with curiosity instead. He motions for me to walk ahead, and I do that. A polite silence blanketing the space between us as we make our way into the embassy canteen. It is a small but well-decorated place with 3 rotating tables covered in banquet-style dishes for self-service. One tall window allows for daylight to enter and envelop the whole room. I love how relaxing his music is. I'm just like, feels so nice. When I moved to sit into one of the comfortable wooden chairs, Mortis is quick to pull it out from behind me, surprising me as he pushes it underneath me after. Would you be comfortable with having me sit beside you, or would you prefer to have me seated across? I did not read that. Fuck. What did it do? Oh, we went all the way to the beginning. Oh, no. Oh, the question puzzles me. Okay. So wherever in Atra, we are in your city. And in your embassy, investigator. Do not forget that. Resituate in my chair real quick. I thought I had my mic set up. Like, there we go. I blink as he takes a seat beside me and lowers his hood. The eyes of his cheekbones scan through the display. This is on display. Ask away. So I do just that. Was the ritual tampered with? Who do you think is responsible? You know what I think? Was the ritual tampered with? Ears. His ears are all fluffy. I wanna touch them. Yes. How? Mortis' eyes fall on the empty plate in front of me. There are runic configurations on the inside of the cauldron. I blink in surprise. Runes are ancient symbols, imbued with magic most commonly used for spellcasting. But runic is a dead language. Is anything truly dead if memory of it still lingers? An aspect of death rotates the traditional table, such that the vegetable dishes face us rather than the meat-centric ones. Either this man is a vegetarian, or he has astounding insight into those around him. I thank him and quietly pile some pickled vegetables onto my plate, pondering his last words. When I look back at him, I notice his ears have sharpened, and his bustling tail has frozen in place. I didn't see his tail before. Why he has a tail? Did it mention that he has a tail? It doesn't mention that he has a tail. Oh, it even tells you which goddess was released. Goddess of chaos, huh? Well, that makes sense. They want chaos. His whistling tail is frozen in place, as if he is listening to something I can't hear. The eyes on his cheekbones have shifted their attention elsewhere. His features soften after a split second, and he turns his full focus back to me. And says, in spirits, do we know what purpose they're served? You're not going to eat. Do you know what the runes served? Very few can read this language. Some of the runic shapes used are foreign, even to me. I frowned at this information. Despite the use of his current appearance, Mortis was the eldest of the aspects. In real records, place his age somewhere in the late 400s. The 400s, he's old. My death speakers have already begun, raising the spirits of the ancient dead to see if we can earn that knowledge. I'll let you know what we find, but this will take time. A sudden urge to snap at him races within me. He's giving me a week to solve this, but he's the one that needs time. For real, though. Like, hello? I got a week. What do you mean? It's gonna take time. Gonna take down my ass. I count to 10, stealing my nerves once more. How long do you imagine it will take to find this knowledge? By tree gifting. Whatever that is, at the latest. I grit my teeth. It was going to take him 3 days? I see. I'll ponder the implications on that later. Did you notice anything unusual happening in the hours before the incident? Hours is a very broad amount of time. But yes, many things caught my attention. For one, my invisibility cloak has disappeared. Oh my god! Who the fuck took my invisibility cloak? So you didn't even bother to tell anyone? Oh, my cloak has disappeared. You just go, oh, well, eh. The joke is on my tongue, but I resist interrupting, snapping it down like any other intrusive thought. I couldn't complete my afternoon patrol yesterday because I was saving a soul in distress from sudden rain. I could feel his eyes linger pointedly at me as I write that down. And the dead. Their immortal souls were restless. He frowns, his ears twitching. Even still, their bones seek to leave their graves, though their flesh has been cleaved and turned to wax. How can you tell? I can see them, hear them, feel them, talk to them. His gaze shifts briefly to something above my shoulder, and I follow his gaze, but spot nothing. A sigh escapes him before his gaze turns to the table and the food before me, but I'm not sure I have the stomach for anything after that conversation. I must, however, preserve. Yes, we must go on. We must get to the end. When did your invisibility cloak disappear? Do you go on patrol every day? Can the dead interfere with the ritual? Oh, that's an important thing to note. Yes and no. What do you mean yes and no? So that means we can't even write out just the people that were next to the cauldrons and everything. We have to also think about the dead too. Souls have no magic on their own, so while they can wail and bemoan anything, they technically can't interfere with anything physical. Dwelm dwellers, on the other hand, bones raised and mindless undeath from magical anomalies and incorrect spellcasting can always do harm. How so? They're made of magic and death, and they can go around spreading magic and death until they run out and crumble to dust. They're dangerous because they lack any cognace. But they are terribly rare. We scarcely see more than 1 or 2 a season. You sound certain that the dead are responsible for the escape of the Scion of Chaos. They have no motive. It is as simple as that. He sounds convinced. I look up from my notebook to face him with my next question and find a pair of his eyes, of his cheekbones. Eyes on the cheekbones focus on me. The rest of him appears to be looking away. They crinkle around the edges, almost imperceptibly, before directing their interest elsewhere. Who do you think is responsible? The aspect of Death's expression turns unreadable. His eyes flicker away. A shadow falls across his face, and I know that he's thought on this already. For some reason, however, he refuses to share. His silence lasts long enough that I'm inclined to write down "refuses to respond" in my journal. I pick up my chopsticks and take a quick couple of bites of the pickled carrots as I consider how to follow up on the lack of reply. Should I assume by your silence that you know who is to blame? No. I can speculate, but it will do nothing but draw suspicion to others who may not truly be the culprit. I grip my quill harder. First, he forces me to investigate his problem for him, then he refuses to help me. What a frustrating character. Seriously. I don't understand. I'm so, why? So he refused to share anything that could be helpful. Mortis's sighs, and his large tail rustles against the floor. Your definition of help and mine are Help is help. What do you mean they differ? Sir, we're gonna fight. Your investigation will give you too many threads to follow. All suspects will give you information, but some of it may be twisted in such a way that it is false. Furthermore, everyone is likely currently suspicious of everyone else, and that will cause disagreements and confusion. To be successful, an investigator should get to know everyone while being impartial, and it's why I think you're perfect for this task. And if I fail, I die. What an honor. I don't know why I could hear this like being super sarcastic. Just like, what an honor. There are elements to everyone's behavior that can be dubious, even mine, I'm sure. At this point, almost anyone can be blamed for what happened. I should leave you to the pleasures within the plate. I barely had a moment to blink as the aspect of death rose from his chair and put his hood back on. His cloak carried behind him a scent of fallen autumn leaves and burning candles. I hadn't had a bite or a sip. Oh, he hadn't had a bite or a sip. As he made his way to the door. His eyes flickered once again, to me and then behind me. Something of a smile crossed his lips. Oh, is it my parents? Are my parents with me? Remember, be a rat, not a lamb. The less meat on the bones, the less satisfying the prey. I don't know how I feel for that. Oh! That's the demo! We did it! Let's go! We finished the demo, everyone! Oh, let me stretch out. Oh, okay. We finished the demo. How we feel? Look through the CGs that we got. That one with all of them. Just as we meet them. Yeah, I didn't even know that Morris even had a tail. Because it doesn't show a tail. So I was like, he has a tail. That's why I thought he was just normal with 4 eyes. Oh, but we did it. Oh my gosh. Let me open a thing over here. But I did enjoy playing the game. It was very interesting, to say the least. I was not expecting certain things to happen and they happen. I was like, oh my gosh. Hello, welcome. And then there's those pretty pixels we got there. Oh, I'm back. Hi, Isla. Welcome back. We finished the demo. Hey, sexes. What? What? No, there's none of those. Don't worry about it. There's none of those in the game. But there are these CGs. So this one we meet what's his face? I already forgot his name, damn. I have terrible memory. I'm terrible. I was calling by his nickname, Shadow Walker. Then we got Terra. I thought it was interesting how like the shop, it's just curtains. Just curtains everywhere. How we terrible together. Yeah, I'm like I'm terrible with names. I'm so bad. Like, I'll remember like what someone looks like, but I won't remember their name. I'm like he is Mountain. No. Get this. He's supposed to be like 7 foot like 2 or something. And I was like, he can move mountains. He can move mountains. I was like, holy crap, man. And even in the dialogue it said, like, she was like, oh, take a seat in the chair. He's like, well, I could, but if I did, no one else would be able to sit in that chair ever again. And I'm like, he's too heavy for the chair. It's sus. No, Luca's not sus. It's just his outfit. That's what he wears. And then Moore's. I remember Moore's name just because it's very, like, I mean, he's the aspect of death, so Moore's Mortis. I'm like, it's very easy to remember. He also has 4 eyes. And he has, like, dog ears? Wolf ears? I don't know. They're like tall, pointy ears, but they're hidden by his cloak that you can only see during like when he takes it off. He also has a tail, apparently. I was like, I didn't see a tail. Hello? I thought he just had the 4 eyes. But he's the aspect of death. And then T is supposed to be water. As you can tell, I mean, look at the fins and stuff. The tail! Exactly. I was like, what tail? There is no tail there. I didn't even see a tail. I was like, I want to see his tail. What kind of tail does he have? Is it floofy? Can I hug it? Can I brush it? Can I pet it? But Aqua is Aqua, so Aqua's easy to remember too. He's the flirty type. Literally in the middle of the stuff, spilling tea. And I'm like, what is happening over there? And he was just laying like this during the celebration. So he's so strange. And the salted wine, why was the wine so salted to the point that we could taste the salt? And then this one has them all together. But yeah, see, that's what his ears look like. They're tall and they're floofy. And I was like, but there's no tail. What tail? I don't see a tail. But yeah, I was going back and forth between the Lion Boyo, Terra, and the Death one, Moors. I was like, I like them both. They're so cute. Well, okay. I guess I should say Moors is more cute, in my opinion. And Terra is more delicious. The one dark with ponytail would win me over. Right. when I saw him, I was just like, no, not the black hair and the red eye combo. No, my kryptonite. I was like, oh no. No, 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 no. Because Aqua is nice too, but like personality wise, he's not my cup of tea. Because I don't like the I don't mind the flirty characters, but extremely flirty characters, I'm like, no. Like, he was straight up saying, hey, you want to join me tonight? And I was just like, sir, sit down. I literally just met you. Sit down. Though Tara did kind of a similar thing, he was joking. At least I hope he was joking. If he wasn't, then he needs to sit down also. But yeah, those are the CGs. Settings you can display. I'm trying to look through everything else that we haven't looked through. Display you can do is resolution, graphics, border, however you feel. If you want to do full window, borderless. Sound, you got your music and sound effects stuff. And these are the CGs. You can start from the beginning, you can load. You have a lot of empty slots. Like, there's a lot of them. Oh my gosh. Man, we love to see it. Some games only give you like 10 slots, and I'm like, oh my god, can you not give me more slots? Give me all the slots. I need them. I love having a lot of slots. And even though we already finished the demo, I wanted to show this part because I didn't even notice it until the people from the game came in. It's like, oh, how do you think about the journal? I was like, journal. Looks at the journal. Oh. But yeah, the journal, it's here too. But I think it's really cool. Gives you a description of, oh right, the general. He's the general. General Lattimore. Fictional character anytime. Yes, just say yes. Just say just say yes. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. So many slots, right, Callie? There's so many slots. There's so many. And then as you're investigating the thing, as you're writing down what they're saying, it'll be on this left side of the journal. So you can like go through it. Because you're supposed to be discovering who released the Chaos Goddess during the festival. And it's very interesting that it has you have to find out who did it within 7 days, right? And you're supposed to Morris basically tells you to be impartial and like all that so you can figure out what happened. But you know, it's a mystery with also romance, so you know we're gonna be partial to someone. But yeah, you can go through the guys on this side. We got the general, we got Tara, got Aqua, and Morris. I love how there's like a little drawn version of them too. That's a very nice touch. And like all of their like little like titles they have, and like their ages, how tall they are. This is what I was saying. Tara's 7'2". What the fuck? I was like 7'2". Got man titties in my face. Which I am all for it. But 7 foot, man, he's tall. He is ginormous. Everyone else is pretty decently tall too, so I think it was interesting. Except Aqua. Aqua's like short, but not short because he's 5'9". He's almost 6 foot, and the general is 6 foot. Morris is 6'3". But yeah, I have like all these things. You even have like your impressions of them, the description of them. It's a lot of nice little touches. I love when games do this because, especially me, I'm bad with names, right? So having this is really helpful for me because I'll be able to put a name to a face easier over time, because I'll be like, who was that again? And then I'll look through the journal and be like, oh yeah, it's this person. So it'll help me slowly remember the characters, you know? But I think my favorites so far are Terra and Moors. That's what I think so far. How I feel about the game. Okay, so let me... Let's switch over here. And let's turn on some music. Wait, we can find someone to raid as well. I'm gonna try to find someone who's doing the Fall in Love Festival stuff. That way we can find someone who's playing one of the games. But anyway, if you like the game and you want to try the demo yourself, there's a link to the demo. You can play it as well. And if you like the game, you want to see more of it, there's also the Kickstarter. Up there in the pinned. That way you can try out the game, or if you want to support the game. Let me still look for someone to send the raid to. We can raid probably this person, I think. And then also, I totally forgot to do this too, but this is the Fall in Love Festival's Steam page. If you want to check out all the games that are on there, those are all the games there. That way you can look at those as well. Okay, so here is the raid message. Wait, my bad. Read the message. There we go. Then I'm going to read. There we go. Gonna go read. This person is playing. I don't. Which one are they playing? They are playing games from the. Oh, they're playing Comet Angel, which is one of the games from the festival. Tomorrow we're gonna be playing Distant Oceanic Getaway, which is another game from the festival, which I'm super excited to play. I did have a lot of fun playing Spell Candle as well. Hopefully you guys had fun too. And I'll see you for more visual novel fun tomorrow. Have a good day, night, or whatever time zone is for you. and I'll see you then. Bye bye.